of this special symposium, Covenant Innovation Week 2023, organized by the Covenant University in collaboration with Covenant Applied Informatics and Communication Africa Center of Excellence, CAPIC-ACE, on the theme, Innovate 360 Degrees, Navigating the Future, Converting Disruptive Ideas into Innovation. You'll all agree with me, hopefully we were all here yesterday, that the sessions we had were power-packed, insightful, informative, and thought-provoking. We had 4 dynamic sessions with brilliant speakers who brought to the fore salient issues in the technological tools adoption, backed up by cutting-edge solutions. Our participants were admonished that innovation is most effective when it's done with a heart geared towards helping humanity. The reason for this is that the technological tools such as AI are here to stay, to enhance our lives, work, and general output. Participants were also charged to brace up, learn, train, and retrain for the fundamental change that AI has brought into our midst. And of course, when there are emerging technologies, there are always the pros and cons. Thus, speakers from yesterday's sessions advocated for developers, users, partners, and everybody to follow adequate ethical principles when putting out new technological tools. Today, which is the day 2 of this amazing event, it promises to be even more engaging and educative. On this note, let us put our hands together for making it to today's event. Please, put your hands together for yourself. We sincerely appreciate you all for being here today. At this point, I will quickly establish the protocol so that I can call on the center leader to properly situate the welcome. I'll begin by appreciating the Chancellor and Board and Chair Board of Regents, Covenant University, Dr. David Oyedepo, and our management team, ably led by the Chancellor, Professor Abiodun H. Adebayo, and the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Olujide Adekeye, our dear Registrar, Mrs. Regina Toby David, not forgetting the persons that have made this possible, the CAPIC-ACE Center Leader, Professor Emeka Iwela, you're welcome, sir. Our very own M&E Officer and Chair, LOC, Professor Olubanke Ogunlano, you're welcome, ma. Other principal officers that are here to join us, special guests, faculty and staff of CAPIC-ACE, just like every other student in Covenant University, you're also known as kings and queens in Hebron. Gentlemen of the press, I warmly welcome you all to day 2 of this Power Pack event. Put your hands together as I warmly welcome to the stage the center leader of CAPIC-ACE, Professor Emeka Iwela, to properly situate this welcome. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. The already established protocols. I know that when we have such a program, spans for more than a day, some lacks the following day, but we know that as we progress, more persons will be joining us in the program. So let me, on behalf of our center, the CAPIC-ACE, and also Covenant University, welcome every one of us to this second day of the Covenant Innovation Week. The Vice Chancellor was with us yesterday, and the Registrar, and also some other principal officers of the university. And the Vice Chancellor charged us yesterday, especially the youth, to go out and innovate. The topic is Center is a World Bank funded center, what we call the ACE Impact Project. Name ACE Impact Project. It means that we need to make impact. Research, needs to make impact. We need to go beyond the traditional research for publications and now research for products and services. Particularly addressing and also talking to CAPIC ACE students particularly, and also the entire Covenant University community, both faculty, staff, and students, to key into the ACE Impact Project and begin to think, rethink in a different manner to ensure that our research, is turned into tangible products and services that can impact humanity. Yesterday, we were treated to a menu of rich exposé and lectures on innovation and entrepreneurship by some of our partners, especially from Microsoft and other companies. And I'm sure a lot of us were highly impacted by those lectures on innovation. Today, the second day, also promises to be another wonderful day, and we'll have a lot of lectures packed to help sensitize and motivate faculty, staff, and students to begin to think innovatively, especially in their research. Like I said yesterday, our center has mapped out a lot of strategies to make sure that we support everyone on campus to key into innovation. Let me reemphasize that we have a seed grant worth $15,000. So we invite students to come up with their innovative ideas and see how they can tap this fund to ideas. Beyond that, the center is also open to help up to other funders outside our center can help fund innovative ideas. For instance, our keynote speaker yesterday, told me that they are willing to fund. They are willing to fund missions that, have to do with food preservation. If you have any innovative idea in the line of food preservation, it's the idea. Also, the Microsoft also have their own channels for helping faculty, staff, and students on innovation. So I encourage every one of us to key into these opportunities and let us maximize this innovation opportunity that we have to impact humanity. Such. On that note, I welcome all of us, and I say relax and enjoy what we have packaged for you for second week. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I don't know if the studio is ready for us to go live with our keynote presentation. Okay. At this point, please put your hands together as we welcome Betui Tayo Praise to read the citation of our guest speaker for the day. Thank you. She just gave me her name. Okay, so while Praise joins us, I think, okay, our guest is online and she looks beautiful. Good morning, ma'am. Since you're not here, I would have said, I would have loved to request you to stand and remain standing, but sit and just look beautiful for us this morning while we read your citation. Yemisi is the co-founder of Thrift Africa, a social enterprise promoting financial inclusion and access to finance for underdeserved businesses, making it easier for them to start and grow. Her dedication to witnessing thriving communities, individuals, and businesses has led to her actively engage as a global shaper with the World Economic Forum. Also, Yemisi has collaborated with numerous for-profit, non-profit, and government organizations in both Nigeria and the UK to drive positive impact. As a seasoned management accountant with extensive experience spanning over 7 years, specifically focused on enabling growth, MSMEs, and early-stage startups, she is sought after by various accelerators and incubators, including the Future Female Business School, Impact Amplifiers, Leap Africa. She leads Africa, the Next Economy, Founders Institute, among many others. Through these collaborations, she has actively supported thousands of entrepreneurs across Africa and facilitated impact investment of over 107 million in the past year alone. Please put your hands together for this amazing woman who is going to be taking us this morning on the topic, building a business model for innovation and discovery. Let's make welcome our keynote speaker, Yemisi Isidi, CEO of Thrift Africa. You have the floor, ma.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for the honor and privilege to be speaking at your esteemed event. Covenant University is an institution that I hold very dearly and esteem very highly because unfortunately, I haven't had the opportunity to study at Covenant University yet. But most of my friends who have, I can speak to their level of excellence, resilience, integrity in the work that they do. And I truly admire the culture and the systems that the institution has created and the impact that it is making, not just in Nigeria, but globally. So I do not take it for granted at all that I have been invited to speak at this esteemed program. Okay, so I know that I have very limited time, so I'm just going to jump into it. I'm going to try and share my screen now. I hope that it is okay. Okay, hopefully everyone can see my screen. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I'm not going to go over it again. I'm just going to speak a bit to the importance of this topic and why it is even dear to my heart and connected with some of the work that I have done. So, one of my key goals for this year, I said that when I was setting my plans for this year and setting my goal for the year, I felt strongly that I was to do work around the finance field. And so one of my key goals for the year was to enable more businesses get the money that they needed to grow. And that has, in a way, shaped most of the activities that I have carried out this year, both in my own organization, Thrift Africa, and with other organizations that have been invited to be a mentor, coach, trainer, or support the accelerator programs that they are doing for MSMEs or early stage startup. And something that is very key, and we're seeing, and I would even cover as I progress through my topic, is your business model will go a long way to influence your growth and the amount of funding that you're able to get. And so this topic is very dear and it's very key, very simple as well. But by really paying attention to some of the things that I will share today, you'll be better able to create sustainable businesses and attract the funding and even make the impact that you set out to make. So these are some of the organizations that I have done some work with, either as a management consultant, as an in-house staff, or as a trainer or coach on their accelerator programs. So what are we going to learn today? Over the next 20, 25 minutes, I hope to take you through what a sustainable business model is, work with you to think through your idea. So when you have an idea, how can you ensure that it is sustainable, it is impactful, right? And how can you make sure that it is innovative? How can you layer technology in the way that you deliver or provide your products and services? Okay, so the first thing is, what is a business model? Very simply, a business model is how you create, deliver, and capture value for your business or for the idea that you have. So, creating the value, you identify what people need, who needs it, and then you create what they need, right? Based on your resources, your team strength, your expertise, and the funding that you have available. You've created something amazing. How do you ensure that it is delivered to the people that you want to receive it? And it also meets the expectation that you set for it to create, right? So that's value delivery. And then you capture value. So this could be in revenue generation, or if you're an NGO or social enterprise, in terms of the impact that you're able to make and that enables you to continue to create and deliver more value. So I'm going to be honest here and say that one thing that I struggled with for the longest time was capturing value. So I am very impact driven. I really like social enterprise, NGO work. And in a way, I've had the opportunity to work with people in that space as well. But I realized that I was creating amazing value, amazing products, amazing services. I was delivering it excellently. I could see the impact that it was making, but I was barely capturing any value for myself in terms of revenue and profits. And what this means is that it's harder for a business to grow, be sustainable, if you're not making profits, not just revenue. If you're not making profits, you would not be able to pay salaries. You would not be able to explore, invest in research and development, right? And capturing value can also be attracting grants or external funding. So now, when I work with a business, so in a consulting session, in training session, when I'm working with a business owner, they most likely already figured out the value that they want to create and the value that they want to deliver. But most times, when they are social entrepreneurs, there is that struggle on how to capture value for themselves, right? So those are like the fundamentals that we now address. How is this business going to make money, right? And how are you going to ensure that you're making money consistently? So if you're not in the business for profits, perhaps you want to do an NGO, a nonprofit organization, how are you going to get grants, right? And how can you structure this business in a way that would, or this nonprofit in a way that you would get the grants you need to continue doing impactful work and being sustainable? So these three is interrelated. The more value you're able to capture for yourself, the better your ability to continue to create and deliver value. So I hope that that is clear. So now we're going to look at some key components of a business model canvas. So I'll usually have I don't think I attached it to the slide, like a very simple template with different headings like this, and then just walk through it. Whenever I have an idea, use this as a way to really think through and walk through how I'm going to create and deliver value. So the first thing you need to think about is, let's start from coming up with an idea and delivering the idea and then growing the idea. What is the vision that you have for yourself? What is the vision that you have for your country, right? What is the vision that you have for your community? So if the vision that you have for yourself, for instance, is that you want to be able to travel everywhere in the world and still have a business that is operational, chances are you would be focused on a business that is able to function irrespective of location and is not limited to a physical building, especially in the early stage of that business. So what is your vision? What is your mission? What are the things that you are most passionate about and you aim to achieve? And how are you going to achieve this? Right? Then we go down to objective. An objective is simply what are key goals that will support your vision and mission that and you would use to measure success. So it's almost like your KPI. What are the key things that you see that would help you know that yes, we are now achieving the mission and the vision that we set out to achieve, right? And then even your own personal mission and your personal vision will shape the kind of products or services that you're able to create. It may end up being something different as you progress through your journey, right? Through your entrepreneurship journey. But the thing that I found is your core vision and mission at the end doesn't really change much. Okay. Then who are you creating this idea for? This product or service, who are you creating it for? That's where we talk about your your target customers and the difficulties that they are facing that your product or service is able to solve for them. Okay, so who are they? And you need to be very clear. So one thing that I've realized when doing accelerator programs is that when we get to this point where we are looking at who your customer target is and their challenges, and this can take 2 weeks to review, to come to a conclusion on, right? Even businesses that have been in existence for 5 years begin to change their business model because they realize, oh, we've not fully understood who our customer is. And so we are not really creating or delivering this product or service to our customers in the right way. So, who are your target customers and what are the challenges that they are facing? And you need to be as clear and as detailed as possible, right? So, another thing that is important to remember is sometimes when we talk about customer, there are two kinds of customer in a way. There is the buyer and there is the user. So, a very simple example, I have a toddler, right, who uses diapers. I buy the diapers for my toddler. I am the buyer, but I am most definitely not the user of that diaper, right? So when the diaper manufacturing company promotes the diaper on TV or other marketing platform, yes, this product has been designed for a toddler to use, but the person exchanging value with them is an adult, and they have to consider what are key difficulties or concerns that a primary caregiver would have when using a diaper or when looking for a diaper to buy. And then their marketing is targeted towards that person. So it is very, very important that you understand who your buyer and who your user is. Another example is nonprofit organizations. You decide that you're going to build schools for kids in rural areas that these children can access for free. Here, the users will be the children, but they are not the ones that would exchange value with you. The people who will be exchanging value with you to sustain that school would most likely be governments, grant organizations, grant providers, the general public who would like to donate to a project like that, and so on. And so we'll come down to positioning and messaging in a bit. So I wouldn't speak too much on it, but it is so important that you very clearly understand your customers, who they are, what their pain points are, and where they are, right? Then you create your solution. How are you going to solve the problem that you've identified in a way that matches your vision and mission? Differentiators. This is also very key. So 2 weeks ago, I was at an event in Ogbomoso and I was to deliver a workshop on products, coming up with an idea, a good idea, validating the products and getting funding. And then I spoke about computer analysis. And that was just a small part of the whole conversation. But everyone who came up to speak to me afterwards kept saying how they had never really thought about computer analysis as a way to build sustainable business. But you cannot identify what your business USP is if you do not know what other people are doing, how they are doing it, and maybe mistakes that they are making, which can now help you introduce something that is better in the market. So computer analysis is very, very important when setting up or even building a business. So I would typically have a table. I love working with tables that would have the names of the organization, their location, their target audience, the product and services that they offer, the features of the product and services that they offer, their pricing, their key strengths, what are the things that they are really doing well, their key weaknesses, what are the things that they are not doing well. And by just putting this together and analyzing it, I will begin to understand better ways to implement or grow my ideas, or even existing gaps that exist that perhaps my business can fill or can solve, right? Or even just identifying challenges that people are having in that market. Because sometimes people will think, oh, nobody's doing this. Let me jump in and do it. But the reason that nobody's doing it is probably because everybody who has tried it before has failed. And if you're not aware of that, you would go and do it and fail as well. If you don't understand what are the factors that have influenced successes and failures in a particular industry. So identifying carrying out your computer analysis will make it easy for you to identify your differentiators, the things that make you unique and that can stand out in the industry. And then pricing. So pricing is one of my favorite things to talk about because it definitely impacts the sustainability of your business, right? And most businesses do not like thinking about their numbers. But there is no way you can grow a successful business without thinking about your business numbers. So you would have to think about your pricing. How much is it going to cost you to create and deliver this product or service? What are your goals, right? Your personal goal and mission in setting up this business can also influence your pricing. Who are your target customer, right? Who are your target buyers? What is their purchasing power? And what is the right pricing strategy that you can use. So this is a whole topic on its own. Because of time, we'll just move on. But those are very key things to consider. Positioning and messaging. How would you, so you've created an amazing product and that you've delivered on an amazing idea or a service. How would you connect with the right target audience for that service, right? Where will you find them? Which platforms are you going to use? And what are the things that you need to say that will trigger them to buy into your idea, to buy into your vision, to exchange value with you? So one example that I like to give is Old School. I hope that most of us in the room would know Old School. They are an edutech that provides trainings, virtual courses on tech related field, right? I noticed that with their last cohort, they reached out to a number of organizations or youth groups, including churches. So they reached out to the pastors of my church and they announced it and they encouraged young people to sign up for the program. So what that does, or what that illustrate, is that they identified where their target audience is. Their target audience are young people who want to learn tech skills, right? Maybe people who are even uncertain about what next steps are, and they just want to keep learning until they figure out what it is that they want to do and what it is that they want to focus on. So they identified where those people are. Are they in churches? Are they in schools? Are they on TV? Are they, which social media platform are they on? And so on, right? And then they reached out to those community, those platforms. That is why it is important that you understand who your customers are. If not, you may end up spending so much money and time on social media when perhaps your customers are not on social media. They're probably in fairs, they're in expo, they're in high level networking events, right? Understanding who your buyers are and where they are and connecting with them there, right? Go to market. This simply is, how are you going to launch your new offerings and services? What is the approach that you're going to employ to launch your offerings and services? And then investment. You want your business to grow, right? Sometimes your business growing would mean attracting external investment. What kind of investment is right for your business? And what do you need to put in place to attract those investment? Growth opportunity. This is also something that investors will typically ask you for. How is this business going to grow over the next 3 years or then over the next 5 years? What are key things that you're going to do or try to achieve to see the growth that you need? Okay, so those are a few points on your business model components, right? So objectively assessing these things would help you measure what is possible and what challenges can arise as you continue to build your business. So now we're also going to look at layering innovation. So now you've identified an amazing idea, that you've identified the problems it's going to solve, you've identified the target audience, you know how you're going to sell, how you're going to market, you've identified potential funding opportunities or funding that will be right for this idea. How can you make this idea innovative, right? It's simply identifying how to use technology to improve how you create value, how you deliver value, how you reach your customers, and how you capture value. So it's that's all it is. So what are the various technology components that are available to me for this idea, and how can I employ it in capturing, right, delivering value and creating value? So let's take an example. I just got a text now that an ad that we're running, 12,000 people have viewed it, 60% are female, 20% are male, and so on, right? 50% are female, 50% are male, and so on, right? Imagine before we had the technology component that social media provides to us. When we wanted to market our product or service, how would we do it? We'll probably have somebody with a microphone going around a particular area announcing these products that you are selling. But you are not able to know how many people heard this, how many of them are female, how many of them are male, what action did they take after hearing it. But now with social media, you're able to reach more people, right? You're able to connect with more people. You're able to be selling your products in Ogun State, and someone in Dubai can buy it, have it delivered without ever speaking to you or meeting you, right? Another example, so we have a popular market here in Abuja called Wuse Market. Let's say that you sell laptops or technology tools, appliances, laptops, mouse, computer accessories at Wuse Market, and it's just you selling, right? When people come into the store, you buy from them or they buy from you, they exchange. But what that means is you're only able to attend to one customer at a time, right? So yes, you're creating value, you're delivering value, you're capturing value. But now to layer technology, you build a website where 10,000 people can be shopping on your website at the same time, right? Now with techno, and they don't have to be in Wuse markets to buy from you. They can literally be anywhere in the world buying from you. That is layering technology, right? So you go through all the technology tools that you have available and identify how can implementing this in my business make it easy for me to create value, to deliver value, and to capture value. So now we're going to look at some examples of businesses that have layered innovation in how they deliver their products and service. So let's start with Netflix. I'm sure some of us are very familiar with Netflix, right? So Netflix started as a rental service, so you could rent DVDs and have it delivered by mail. But they quickly identified the potential of streaming technology. And so by shifting to on demand streaming, they've completely transformed the way that we consume entertainment and even spread across the world quickly, right? Definitely disrupted your traditional cable. So I have never subscribed to cable TV. So DSTV, yes, GoTV, I've never ever subscribed to any of those. Because now we have smart TVs. You can go on Netflix, you can go on YouTube and get any form of entertainment that you want, right? And so this shift to streaming has significantly opened up their ability to reach a wider audience, deliver their service, even at almost less cost. So think about the number of customers that Netflix has right now, and consider if they were to mail a DVD every day or every week to those customers, the time, the energy. But by layering innovation, they've been able to really grow quickly, get more, generate more revenue, right, and connect with a wider range of customers. I'm sure we are also very familiar with our ride-hailing apps and how that has completely transformed how some of us transport ourselves from one way to the other. So with a simple app, you can know which driver is around you, right? You can book a taxi. In fact, if I want to go out in 30 minutes time, I can book a ride now, and then in 30 minutes time, it will be at my gate. I can share the ride with my family, with my friends, which makes it safer. So there is nothing of, oh, I just came out, I took a taxi, but I don't know the taxi driver's name. I don't have his car numbers. I don't have his picture. My family cannot find me. But with that layering of technology, it has even provided a safer way for people to access transportation and so many others. I'm happy to make this slide available, but it would also help for you to think about, so when you're looking at a business, right, you're looking at what they do and you consider how have they used technology, right? So a number of businesses that we have from Africa, from Nigeria, they are not called technology businesses, but they are technology enabled businesses. And being able to really communicate how you are technology enabled can make it easier for you to access grants and funding. So you may even already be technology enabled, but you're not communicating it properly. You're not letting people know that, okay, with social media, okay, with our e-commerce website, right? With this feature on our laptop, on our website, customers are able to do XYZ. This is how it impacts them. This is how it increases our revenue. Very simple things like that can really be a key defining factor when seeking external investment. So I'm going to stop here for now. I'm happy to answer questions, but just conclusion, it is very, very important to remember that at the core of it, business is about buying and selling, right? It is about creating something that people want and getting the people who are able to pay for it, right? It is not just about doing something that you like or something that you want, but doing something that someone is able to exchange value for you with, is able to exchange value for, right? And then technology is the platform that makes that happen easier and faster. And so let us not get carried away with the technology aspect, that we forget the core business aspect. And let us also not focus too much on the business aspect, that will miss out on how technology can improve our ability to create, deliver, and capture value. So I'm going to end here now, and I'm happy to answer questions. Feel free to connect with me on all social media platforms as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. That was insightful and wonderful. While your presentation was ongoing, Professor Chinelo Shalom walked in. You're welcome, sir, to day 2 of the Innovation Week. We are grateful to have you here with us. Welcome, sir. At this point, I'm sure that we have been stimulated and we are ready to ask our questions. So we'll take 3-4 questions at this point. The floor is open. Please, if you have a question, kindly raise your hand and we'll come to you. Is there anyone with a question in the house? Everybody's quiet and cool. Are you set with your business models and the rest? It has been laced with innovation and the rest.
Thank you very much, my coordinator. I also want to appreciate Yemisi. Thank you for the insightful presentation. We are grateful. I want to ask what you said about capturing value. Most times, people think that when an event is a non-governmental NGO, it's you just do it for passion, not for business. So, but what you have said today now, one must be able, for sustainability, to be able to differentiate, to ensure that even as you are enjoying yourself doing the work, you are also able to sustain yourself. So for you, you said you didn't realize that on time. I would like to know how much that affected you in your line of business and how you are able to snap out of it, and what you advise, yes, to the younger ones, because I know a lot of people are in this situation, especially a lot of people doing things in line with maybe religion, that has to be so tied to passion. How should they really differentiate between the things they are doing just for passion and the things they are doing for business, so that they can continue in it and then they can survive in it? Thank you.
Wow, that is an amazing question. Thank you so much, Matt. So I think it's like three questions in one. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. And so I would answer the first one of how can NGOs or nonprofit organizations focus on capturing value. And I'll start with, in my line of work over the past few years, there are a lot of funding for different things, right? There are loads of funding. There's a lot of money. I can't even begin to put into words the amount of money that exists for ideas, right? And so it helps to balance it. So even if you have a nonprofit, what helps a nonprofit going is donations, grants. A number of nonprofits are now also looking to generate internal revenue. So it's not a lot of revenue to create a profit, but at least cover the running cost. So they identify activities that they can do at little cost, right? So when you have a passion or a nonprofit, think about this idea. What are the funding that is available for it? And what do people who provide funding for these ideas look out for? And how can I set that structure from the beginning? Right? That way, as you're growing, you're making impact, you're expressing your passion, executing your vision and your mission, but you're also able to attract the funding or capture the value you need to keep on going. If not, you will end up frustrated. So for me, what happened was I'm very multi-passionate, right? So even when I was doing things that were impactful, creating value, impacting thousands and thousands of people, although I wasn't capturing value for myself, I had other streams of income. So I either had savings, investments, or other activities that I was engaged in that provided funding. After a while, I realized, but I can give my time and energy to this thing I am passionate about instead of doing multiple things. I can focus on these things and I can figure out how to capture value from it that can sustain me, that can enable me employ the best staff, the best team members, create a wholesome workplace. I never really have to wait for anybody to help me before I do what is in my heart to do, right? So if maybe you're a student, you have idea for nonprofit, all of it, I would say definitely don't give it. Try to manage your time in a way that you're able to work, because working helps you gain relevant skill, right? Build your network so that you're not focused fully on that nonprofit, and you're not able to cover your basic expenses. And even while you're building that nonprofit, be very cautious about capturing value. I know it's very hard. So something else I can help is having somebody who can focus on that for you. So somebody with fundraising experience, right? Or an accountability partner. I also find mentorship very useful. So I had a mentor who okay, he did not graduate from CU, but he's a very big affiliate to CU, and he would always tell me, "Oh, this thing that you're doing is great, but how is it going to make money? Because if you do not make money, you will not be able to do certain things, and you will not be able to grow." So that level of mentorship as well helped me think through it and snapping out of it. When you realize that you're working, you're not getting results. I saw people who were doing less than what I was doing with not as much impact, getting all the funding, getting all the announcements, all the partnerships. And I realized, oh, there is definitely something that I'm doing wrong. Yes, I'm making impact, but I do not have a bigger vision. My mind was not expanded enough to think more critically and long term. And that made me snap out of it, start getting knowledge, which is why investment readiness and helping businesses get funding is one of the core things that I do now. I hope that I've answered your question, Ma.
Let's put our hands together for our presenter. She did justice to that question. In other words, it is important to be value-driven in your business model because the more value you capture, the better you can create and deliver your idea. Please put your hands together if you had a wonderful time listening to Yemisi ECD. Thank you so much, Yemisi. We look forward to working with you and benefiting from your outfit in years to come. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Pardon my oversight. While the presentation was ongoing, Dr. Lillian Ekpo walked in. She is the Center Director at NSIA Lutz Cancer Center. Please put your hands together. She's in the house and she looks beautiful. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you for joining us this morning. Quickly, we'll be moving on to the panel session on creating a pathway to innovative business models. And this session will be anchored by Mr. Jerry Ojuma, and he is in the house looking very cool. Let's put our hands together as we invite him to take over the next session. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really glad to be here. Very amazing faces. Sorry, good morning, everyone. Without further ado, I'll just be inviting our panel speakers today. First of all, we'll be starting with Dr. Lillian Ekpo, the Center Director for NSIA Lutz Cancer Center. Good morning, Ma. Next on our list, we'll be inviting Mr. Tosin Adurota. All right, Mr. Tosin Adurota, welcome. And our final panel speaker for today is the Director of the Center for Entrepreneurship Development Studies, Professor Ogunaike. Professor Ogunaike. She's on our way. Thank you so much. I'll just have my seat. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for making it here today. And it's really an amazing time having you here. I'm starting with you, Dr. Lillian. I've seen your in-depth experience in the cancer center in Lutz and how much of experience and impact you've made over there. Can you just give us like a brief overview of your work at Lutz Cancer Center and what the impact has been over the years?
Okay, it's fine, it's working. So, morning everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. And I think this is an awesome idea, the Innovation Week, because that's certainly something that Nigeria and Africa as a whole needs. So for the Cancer Center was first set up in 2019. And from 2019 till now, we've seen close to 10,000 unique patients. The Cancer Center is currently the largest, most equipped center in the whole of the country and indeed the whole of West Africa. Right now, we see about 120. So the core of what we do at the Cancer Center is radiotherapy because that is really where Nigeria as a country is lacking in resources. Many centers are available, teaching hospitals, tertiary centers that are able to give chemotherapy. But you need to have one radiotherapy machine per million people. About maybe 5-6 years ago, the 6 different teaching hospitals that had radiotherapy machines were, at a point in time, all of them were not working, even if the ones that were working in an epileptic fashion. So the Cancer Center set up, came in at a very timely point in Nigeria's healthcare journey. So the core of what we do, like I said, is radiotherapy. Though we have chemotherapy suites available, we have a 16-man, 16-chair chemotherapy suite. We offer immunotherapy. We can do targeted therapy as well. So the patients coming on, we have 4 radiotherapy machines. The first 3D brachytherapy machine in the country, and one of the few functional 3D brachytherapy machines at the moment. 3D brachytherapy is a core vital tool for the treatment of cervical cancer, which, as we know, is one of the few cancers that can actually be cured if it is caught in its early stages. We see about 120 patients, on the machines every single day that come into the center. So the volume, the patient load is high. And when you talk about, so I would, move, because I always say to people that my core, apart from even medicine, is business. So I will speak to the business side of things, even aside from innovation. The choice of partnering with Luth was really strategic for the NSIA because, one, we know that a significant population of patients will be residing within Lagos itself, and the bulk of patients that will be diagnosed with cancer will come to a tertiary center. So what better place to, co-locate the center than in Luth? The bulk of the patients that receive, the center functions as a referral center, and by that I mean currently most patients will come to us already having received a diagnosis of cancer. We will not be making the diagnosis ourselves ab initio. And the core of the patients that we have, a lot of them come from Luth, some from LASUT, some from Federal Medical Center. The beauty of what is done at the center is the technology that is available is what you will get in any standard cancer center anywhere else in the world. The 2 sort of treatment modalities, VMAT and IMRT, those are treatment modalities that are used in the top cancer centers in the US, in the UK, in other developed parts of the world. And the aim of this kind of therapy is to ensure that you are getting direct radiotherapy, radiation to the tumor itself while sparing the other tissues, because really that has been the challenge with radiation. You are treating the patient and then so targeting the tumor and also causing ancillary damage to other aspects of the patient's body, which in the end is toxic for the patient, you're unable to continue treatment, and things like that. But with these kind of machines that we have now, you are able to focus directly on the tumor, thus improving the quality of outcomes and ultimately the patient's quality of life.
Thank you so much. I think one thing that I highlighted there was you coming back to the business angle of things and how more or less you bring up effective business approaches towards cancer treatment. Over to you, Mr. Tosin. I'm really glad to have you here today. I see that you've had various businesses right from time for the past half a decade. And I just want to ask you, how exactly do you identify social impact projects and also start a company that you think is sustainable both socially, environmentally, and also economically?
Morning, everybody. I'm excited to be here. My name is Tosin Adrota, a graduate of Covenant University, and I want to appreciate the management and everyone for putting together a fantastic conference like this. So for the question you asked me personally, because I've founded some businesses, and currently what we currently do, we offer solutions to private schools, schools in Lagos State and across Nigeria generally. And the core of our, the problem we notice is that for schools, we notice that students actually are in 3 different categories. There's the auditory learners, the visuals, and the kinestics. And the auditory is, the oral communication, which they don't lack. And the visuals is where we will come in. That's we provide videos that they need to see what they're talking about. For example, now you're wearing white, and like the wise man said, you can doubt what you hear, but you can't doubt what you see. So we try and make some videos for engaging for students and pupils in schools in Nigeria. And why, someone was asking, why can't you just use YouTube for that? Because YouTube contains a lot of ads and is not tailored to the curriculum. So we noticed that some schools are willing to pay for our solution. So that's currently what we do. Thank
you very much, Mr. Tosin. That's really amazing. While we're on this panel, Mr. Professor Gunaiki came in. You're welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Over to you, Dr. Lillian. Through your wealth of experience, right, working at the NSIE Center in Lutz, right? What are the innovative strategies in Cancer Center as a business model? So what do you think, through your wealth of experience over the past few years, are innovative strategies that could be adopted in Cancer Center as a business model?
So that's a bit of a difficult question, actually, because in healthcare, healthcare tends to be, in a sense, one of the few businesses where, I mean, you know, for example, they say AI cannot replace the doctor, AI cannot replace the surgeon. So there's a lot that still operates in a very traditional fashion. But I think where technology and innovation comes in is in how you run all the other support services that, you know, surround the core clinician that's seeing the patient. And it's by, first of all, understanding what is the patient demographic that you're seeing. What we're trying to do in the Cancer Center is to establish the Cancer Center as a one-stop shop, because in Nigeria, that is how the average Nigerian wants to, you know, access healthcare. I don't want to have to come here to do this, then go here to do that, you know, then come here to do the other. NLCC currently is working on establishing, you know, delivering value across the entire healthcare value chain. And by that I mean, the average person that comes with cancer will not come alone. They will come with a family member. And that family member may want to know, what is the risk of my having cancer? I wouldn't want to, you know, have to go to another hospital to find that out. I'm in a cancer center. Why can't I access that service? So we're developing screening consultations where you will sit down. So this is the average diagnostic center. I loved what he said when he said, you know, why can't you just do this on YouTube? But there are people that are paying for the service that he's rendering. So it's the same thing. You may say, oh, well, I could just go to a hospital, go to a diagnostic center. They have this, you know, panel where they say you can assess your cancer risk. But the benefit of doing it with us is that you have a deeper understanding. A consultant who is an oncologist is actually sitting with you and taking history and understanding, oh, your sibling died of cancer, or you have, you know, a history. Sometimes people have siblings that pass on, they may not know what the disease was and all of that. You can access risk, we can look at molecular testing and things like that. So it's a specialized consult. So that is one of the ways in which we're innovating regarding service line. Across service delivery, again, just, you know, in how we organize our appointments, a lot of people, we're launching virtual consultations because of the challenge that we have with accessing radiotherapy. Lots of people come to us from out of state. So when they're done with their treatment, they want to go back to wherever they live. And the challenge with that is that treatment and follow-up can thereafter be truncated. We're coming up with like a WhatsApp package where you can access your doctor, not in an informal way, but in a way that is structured, where, oh, I can send follow-up, this is what's going on with me. You will have access to your clinician, ask questions, you know, the WhatsApp bot is able to engage you. You can, if you are unable to resolve that issue via WhatsApp, because almost everybody, even everybody's mother is on WhatsApp, aha. So even if it is mama can say, oh, doctor, today I'm feeling a bit tired. I don't know why. Last week I was fine. Today I'm feeling funny. You will have a time log to, you know, respond to that. And if you find out that you are unable to respond to that, you know, resolve that issue via that WhatsApp chat, it can now move on into a virtual consultation where mama can sit down in the comfort of her home, see the oncologist, and if again, that issue cannot be resolved in a virtual consultation, then somebody is advising mama, no, don't sit at home. Because again, we know that the challenge in cancer is late presentation. People sit at home with those symptoms, navigating the healthcare system, you know, in ways that are not beneficial. But she's sitting with an oncologist who's telling her, mama, this is serious. This tiredness is not just tiredness. You know, get on that bus, get on that plane, get into that car, and come to the center. So those are some of the things that we've been able to do to improve, you know, the way and manner in which service is delivered and just make it faster and more convenient, which in essence is the bedrock of innovation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lillian. Over to you, Professor. I understand that you've had like wealth of experience working with students, both on the undergraduate, postgraduate level, and also in the industry. And one key thing that you've noticed over the years is that innovation is not necessarily going to align with business principles, or customers are not going to adopt your innovation, right, if it's not aligned to what they need, right? So how can an innovator who is listening to you today align their innovation to what exactly the customer or the end user needs in the ecosystem?
Okay, thank you very much. I want to start by quoting what Steve Jobs said. I put something down here. He says, some people say, give the customers what they want. But that's not what my approach. Our job is to figure out what they're going to want before they do. And people don't know what they want until you show it to them. And while that was reverberating on the internet, and people was like, oh, is this man saying that, oh, we should not mind customers, just go ahead and do whatever you like? You know, he added, he said, get closer than ever to your customer. So close that, so close to the fact that they need you need to be close to them so that you realize even what they need, even without telling you. That's exactly what he's trying to say here. So what I'm saying is that there are times that even customers may not know what they need, just like Steve Jobs has put it. But you need every organization, startup, you must understand your customer so well to the point that even things they are not saying, you are able to understand. So there are a number of things you need to carry out what they call customer profile. You know, in marketing, we say one of the commandments of marketing is man, know thy customer. So the first thing is that you must understand your customer properly to the point that even those things that they are not saying, you are able to get it. So there are levels of demand. We have what we call no demand. We have latent demand, full demand. So there are latent demand, there are full demand. There are no demand at all, but that does not mean they don't want that product. It is important for you as a startup to come up with that innovative model that is customer-centric. And there is one thing we have started in Covenant University with our 100-level students. We just introduced a course. We call it design thinking. And that is simply about the fact that people must be trained in such a way that it must be, their thinking must be human-centered. It must be customer-centered. So what are we saying there? We are saying you have to think, you have to make, you have to break, and then you have to repeat. So now 100 level, we teach them in such a way that they sketch things out. We give them a problem and say, okay, now look at this place. I want you to give us different ways by which these shares can be arranged. And then they begin to give us different methods and all of that. So what we are saying in essence is that a startup must build around its customers if it must succeed. If it must truly have a breakthrough, then you must ensure that you are starting with your customer and you are ending with your customer. And that is what we are doing in Covenant University. For example, somebody will say, oh, the model we are using in Covenant University, some students don't like it. But mind you, when we are talking about customers, there are different buying roles, and people play different roles. In this context, we have people we call influencers. We have deciders. We have initiators. So for some students, it may be their parent that is the initiator. For some other persons, their friend that is the influencer. So when we are talking about customer, you look at it from the holistic perspective and say, okay, what will the decider need? What is the initiator talking about? What is the influencer talking about? So the total package of it, you have to integrate it into your innovation model and ensure that you present it in such a way that they are going to like it. Let me stop there. I know they are saying all that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, Mr. Tosin. I understand that different businesses could have different impact models. And as a business, while starting out, everything may not be clear to you, right? So my question to you is, due to your level of experience, how do you think businesses that are just starting out can navigate that and approach things differently, whereby they can have sustainable models to make meaningful impacts in their businesses?
Okay. So from what we have done, there's a process that Brian Tracy said is called the mindstorming method and brainstorming. So apparently, I noticed that creativity is very, very important in business because we can be doing the same thing, and what might separate us from you might be creativity. So this method is done in such a way that we gather about 3 to 20 people, and each person comes up with an idea, probably if we have a problem we're facing, And one idea, round, till even if it doesn't make sense, the goal is everyone must come up with an idea. Then if we keep doing this for like over a week, at the end of the week, we might generate something that in turn can help us to become better. Like so many times we've had various issues that, we would have to call maybe mentors, we would have to go about this. But if we sit within ourselves and we apply some of all those methods, especially creativity, and thinking, how do we go about this? How can this become better? We've seen better ways of addressing roadblocks generally.
Very much. Over to you, Dr. Lillian. I understand that in the cancer center, right, there would have been like numerous challenges and numerous problems you would have faced over the years. But I just wanted to highlight what are some of the challenging experiences that the cancer center has faced, and what are some exciting opportunities that you see the cancer center being focused on in the next couple of years. So the challenges and also the exciting opportunities that you see going forward.
Okay, so challenges, like I'll say, I think healthcare is a service. So a lot of what I would say would be focused around how we have revolutionized and improved the quality of service delivery, because we know that is a pain point for most people when you come to a healthcare facility. How fast is the healthcare service delivered? What's waiting time? Waiting time all over the world is the key index of patient satisfaction. Even if I'm seeing a fantastic doctor and it's taking me 3 hours to see that fantastic doctor, I'm not going to be quite the happy camper. So one of the things we've done is just basically instituting the principle of Kaizen. And Kaizen is, it's a Japanese term for constant, never-ending improvement. So looking at revolutionizing our processes, how people were coming into the center. When patients would come in, the first thing would be a number of patients, because they're not feeling well, they're coming in, a relative is dropping them off, and they come in pretty early. Because, the general thinking, it's a, public-private sector partnership, it's a teaching hospital setting and all of that, lots of patients would appear at the same time. And we worked on refining the appointment schedule such that when you come in, you have a notification that immediately pops up on your phone the moment you register. Thank you for choosing NLCC. This is a center with about 100 years collective faculty experience in management of cancer. So you've made the right decision. We, put up a patient navigation video that is in 3 languages. So we encourage you as you come in to watch that. Because the challenge is when the patient comes in, even though it's a big cancer center, so people are wondering, what's the first thing I do? What's the next thing? They think, the moment I come in, that's the day I get on the machine and I start treatment. So things like that, we've, worked on that, how the patient is received, how the patient is onboarded. Those are some of the challenges. And now we've cut down waiting time significantly. So you come in, you're able to see the doctor on time, and there's an improvement in, that entire onboarding process and therefore the customer experience. In fact, from a business angle, the more patients you're able to see, the throughput is faster, the more profitable the patient is. The more profitable the business is, because if you were taking maybe 10 hours to see 5 patients, once you improve your processes, you can now see 20 patients in 10 hours. And that ultimately means the business is more profitable. In the future, what we hope to do is to continue to, we're working on our research program, because we really cannot do cancer without research. And my colleague who's sitting in the audience will speak to our cancer research program. So as we continue to improve and aim to answer those deep questions surrounding breast cancer, surrounding prostate cancer, those are some of the things that we're looking to do in future.
Awesome, that's really exciting. Over to you, Professor. So what are some of the customer-centric innovation models that could increase businesses in terms of their adaptability in the market?
Thank you very much. When we are talking about customer-centric innovation model, I think the main thing is for us to look at those attributes. Persons that have been deploying this model, what are those attributes? Number one thing is that you see them having customer-centric thinking and practice in company DNA. What do I mean by that? Somebody said marketing is so important that you can't leave it in the hand of the marketers alone. So you see that an organization that is customer-centric is going to show even across the department. right from the gate man to the MD, everybody will be customer-centric. In other words, they are going to have the statistics, the data, the information that we put them, empower them, and make sure they are able to relate properly. You know, there is something we call touch points. We also call it moment of truth. Anytime you are able to meet anybody or anything about that organization, that's what we call moment of truth. So ability to manage those moments of truth is key. So a model put in place that will help you to manage the moment of truth of the customers. That is every point where you are being represented. Be it your website. A website is a moment of truth because that perhaps is the first contact the person is seeing. And then say, oh, is this organization? So it must be so friendly to your customers to the point that they will be interested in moving forward. And then I talk about customer-centric thinking. So you must so much put that model in place that everybody is involved in the thinking process. It's not, oh, it's the job of the research and development. No idea that could move the organization forward could come from anybody. And so if you have that, you are actually deploying a customer-centric model. And then we must have what they call, you must map your customer journey, mapping of customer journey at every point. So just like what the last speaker was speaking about, she was trying to tell us how they were, even though it involves, their center involves a lot of processes, but they've been able to map it out. And say, okay, this is this point, this is the next point, that's the next point. And at every point, they must ensure that what they put forward there is what customer like. And then another thing is that you must externalize innovation. You must externalize innovation. Many persons, they sit down within the confine of the organization and you say you are doing research, you are carrying out innovation. You must just ensure you are out there. It doesn't necessarily mean you are going out physically. With the internet now, you know that from the back end, you can get the profile of your customer. So you must ensure that you are doing all of this from the standpoint. This innovation we are talking about is from the standpoint of your customers. And then we must reorient sales from selling to customer to selling for customers. So as a startup, your idea should not be, I want to sell to my customer. It should be that you want to sell for your customer. That is, you must support them to make the best decision. So you must be bold enough and nice enough to tell your customers, look, the service you are asking for, we don't provide it. And then you point them out, point a competitor out to them and say, go to that place and go to that place. And you may think you are listening. No, you are not listening because they will come back. You are building credibility with them. And so relationship will start. They will have a way of, level of trust has increased. And so they want to come back to you. We've seen companies doing that, in everywhere, that they will point out. And because of that, they just discover that, even their sales that should dwindle, even skyrocket. Another thing is that you must ensure that you marry your customer centricity with employee engagement. And that is where the challenge is. Even though in marketing they say customer is king, but we have discovered that even it is employee first because customers. If you want to say customers are king, then you must ensure that your employees are actually treated as kingmakers. And that is where our challenge is. So we must ensure that that area is also factored into the model that we are using. You must ensure that, for example, you inspire and you engage your employees in such a way that you'll be interested even in falling in love, as a company uses it. Fall in love with a customer problem. You'll be able to fall in love with a customer problem. Everybody should be empowered with information and knowledge about the customer, irrespective of whether you're working in marketing department or not. So with all of this, and then it starts with the leadership. You, as the owner, the founder, you must be an individual that All right, but what is important is all of these ingredients I've mentioned, are they there in the model you want to run? Not a matter of, oh, let me just go out there and make money. If that is the reason, if that's the motive, that may be a challenge. So let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Lillian. I understand that earlier you said the partnership between the NSIE and also LUTS is more like a public-private partnership, right? So my question is, are there areas of collaboration between NSIE and also private researchers, private research firms, whereby there are areas of collaboration and also effective efforts to scale impacts?
Currently, the research program at NSI is at the Cancer Center is, it's its fledgling state. So we are working on those collaborations and partnerships and establishing them across, across the country. We've had discussions with several, strong researchers. Research generally in Nigeria and on the continent is, it's not what it should be. Generally, even Global Can report that comes out on cancer is actually contrived data. When I first heard that, I was shocked. It is a model that they run because they really don't have the actual data. They take the basic data that we have, and then they just use, statistical models and say, okay, based on the little that we have, this is what it is. So the job of what we want to do at the center is to change that narrative. And, we're working on our research team to gather data and establish partnerships. Right now, there are several conversations going on, and some of them are a bit early, so I don't want to let the cat out of the bag.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Tosin. What role do emerging technologies such as blockchain, AI, data science, Internet of Things play in shaping the future of business models for businesses, and how can businesses adapt to the rapid change in the industry?
For rapid change in the industry, Charles Darwin once said something that is not the strongest animal in the jungle that survives, nor the most intelligent, but the one that sees change and is flexible enough to adapt swiftly to change. All these technologies have actually come to stay, and I think in business or whatever industry we are, we should, adapt to this technology, use it for positive uses. Like almost everyone here has used ChatGPT to their advantage. Then for blockchain, blockchain is, you can't alter the document on the blockchain. I think someone here yesterday gave a speech on how blockchain will help his business to thrive. So I think personally that these technologies are very, very innovative, and it will help business of this generation to move further. So we in business, we should adapt and know how to incorporate it to our business model so that we can make positive changes.
Thank you very much. As a follow-up question, Professor, how can businesses easily adapt to new business models, new technologies, and also adapt seamless integrations into future technologies in their own business models that doesn't really disrupt their entire business flow?
Okay, thank you very much. I think the idea is the fact that you need to be open. That is, the organization itself must be so agile and adaptive. So you cannot stop these dynamic changes from coming. They will always come. And so right from when you are developing your model, and I guess that's why we are using that word innovative, it must be so responsive enough and adaptive enough to the point that you will be able to adapt to any change. So either it's coming or it's not coming. You must be so receptive, and that is why it is important for organizations to be on top of the game. You just make sure, I talk about market research, for example. I'm beyond market research. Somebody also talk about research generally. So an organization must ensure that you invest in R&D. But because you are a startup, we talk about business model canvas, and right from beginning, you are able to map out your core values. You are able to mark out what are your key resources. you're able to you are able to identify your unique selling point, USP. All of those things are important so that you will not be lost in the crowd. So it's not a matter of, oh, this has come, let's join them. No, it's a matter of knowing. Initially I said the first law is man know thy customer. So, but the another thing is that you must know your product. You must know your service. And you must just leverage on your core values and then be able to meet those changes. Changes will come, but what are your strengths? What are those opportunities available to your own organization? And then you take advantage of it. So thank you.
Very much, sir. As roundup, just a question for you, Dr. Lillian. I understand working with the Cancer Center, the risks associated and stuff, right? And you mentioned something earlier whereby you said over 80% of the cancer cases being received are more of like detected late, right? So what are ways whereby the Cancer Center can play a role in facilitating, or will I say encouraging early detection for patients, and how effective or how can that be done?
Basically, one of the core of ensuring early presentation is awareness. If you know, on the average, you work. So there are two things. One is awareness, and what NLCC focuses on doing. We are focused on patient education through our social media channels. Currently, we have a partnership with the Lagos State Ministry of Education, whereby we educate a couple of schools within the Lagos State, and just educate them about breast cancer. We did that, the whole of the month for October, which was Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Educate them on breast cancer, cervical cancer, the top four, which are breast, cervix, prostate, and then there's colorectal cancer. So educate them about all of those. So that partnership is ongoing and will run, into 2024 and probably in perpetuity. The other thing is through our social media channels. And one of the things we want to we're focusing on in our social media channels is to dispel the myth that cancer is a death sentence. Because most people think that the moment you have cancer, that's it. So they don't make any effort. They feel this is it, I'm a goner. But constantly, and that is through patient testimonials, letting people know. We're working on, setting up a podcast that should be out soon, where we're speaking to patients, and people can hear people's stories and hear it from different angles. Because really, that's what stories are powerful. If you hear, okay, this is a cancer patient telling you, I had breast cancer, I had stage this. Yes, they took off my breast, but I'm still here, I'm still alive. I've gone on, I've gotten married, I've had children. My life is continuing. My life didn't end with a diagnosis of breast cancer. Then that is powerful, and that can help change someone's story, even from the aspect of a loved one. Because part of the reason why a number of women resist mastectomy is they feel, oh, as a woman, this part of the symbol of my femininity is my breasts. If I take it off, then how's my husband going to feel? How is somebody going to marry me? But if you hear a story of several men who said, oh, my wife took off her breast, it didn't change how much I love her. She's still the same woman. I still have a fantastic sex life. I still love my wife. Then that changes the narrative for many men and will help them be more supportive. So those are some of the things projects are working on to address that. The other thing that we're working on to address that awareness is, like I said, this screening consultation, because lots of people have family members, not one, not two, that have cancer. The people, because a part of cancer is hereditary breast cancer. So you have people where mother died of breast cancer, elder sister died of breast cancer, and they're walking around, they're basically walking time bombs. Somebody like that should be able to come into a center and say, what is my risk? What should I be doing? We all know the story of Angelina Jolie, who said, I have a mother that died of breast cancer. I want to be here for my children. I'm just going to have a double mastectomy because I want to live. The pain of losing a mother is what I don't want my children to experience. So as people become more aware, we also have a support group, 2019 Hope Street. Again, it's just consistently around that messaging of, you can speak up about this thing. Thankfully, this generation and with social media, people are happy to share their stories. There's no, it's not a taboo. Cancer is not a taboo any longer. And as we continue to dispel that, people will present early, people will, know what to do. So the other thing, we're working with different people. One of the things, if you come into the center on our digital information screen, there's an app called Mami. It's downloadable on Google and on Android, and it's still, in the process of having talks to make that app more available to the generality of Nigerians. And what Mami does is to send a reminder to women to examine their breasts. And then for people that don't know, and if it's a smartphone, then it shows you a video tutorial of how you should examine your breast. It's best, why a reminder is helpful is that it's best to examine your breast at the same time every month, because a woman has a monthly cycle and the breasts feel different on different, parts of her cycle. So if you have that regular reminder and this is how my breasts normally feel, if you then feel something abnormal, oh, sorry, this wasn't there last month, it wasn't there 2 months ago, so I need to take action now. Going on as the app evolves, the aim is to be able to have, for people that don't have a smartphone, because we know a lot of people do not, they will be able to get, dial like a USSD thing, and then they have an audio that just tells them, okay, this is what you need to do, and all of that. The second part of that, because that's the other reason for delayed presentation, is actually navigating Nigerian healthcare system. Because a lot of people that get a diagnosis and they don't know where to go. Where do I go? They've gone to some, hospital where there's someone who's uninformed, who's told them, oh, don't worry about the lump, it's benign. Or don't worry about the lump, it's a boil. Things like that. So they've done a biopsy and the results of the biopsy were read wrong. NSI, so I will deviate a bit into diagnosis. The NSI is currently working on setting up 23 labs. And that is labs of international standard, molecular labs for cancer diagnosis across the country. And this is all in the works. So in the next couple of 1, 2, 3, 4 years, we will see more and more of these labs spring up. Because the oncology ecosystem, there's several things involved. If the diagnosis is wrong, there's no way the patient can actually get treatment. So that's one aspect of the early detection thing that the NSI, in conjunction with NLCCs, is putting in place. But the Mami app, working with things like Mami, identifying those sort of resources that can educate people and then help people navigate the healthcare system, because that's the second part of the Mami app, so people to know, when I get this diagnosis, what do I do? Where do I go? And to have even a basic understanding of, what's supposed to happen next when I find a lump. I'm supposed to get a biopsy done. So if you go to a center where they tell you, madam, is a boil, and an app that is sort of like government approved and all of that's telling you, no, when you feel this kind of thing, you're supposed to get a biopsy. You say, this doctor, this wasn't the right place. I need to go somewhere else to a standard center to get, a biopsy. And that's with time. As we educate, especially, I'm particularly excited about the partnership with the Lagos State Ministry of Education, because we're speaking to the youth. So those people, if, you have a student whose mother has, a lump, you can say, mommy, don't sit down. They taught me in school that this thing is breast cancer. Go to hospital, go get it checked. So those are the things we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, man. I think that's really huge impact in the ecosystem. Final words from you, Mr. Tosin. What would you give to somebody that is building a startup right now, trying to navigate the entire change in the ecosystem, and how can they build their businesses that will actually be customer-centric?
So the final words I can give to anyone building a startup, 2 things. Number one, focus, because when building, since you've not really had maybe much customers, you said, okay, should I do this? Should I not do this? Should I do this? And Steve Jobs said, focus is the ability to focus on 1% and probably ignore 99% others. Because you might probably start with solving a problem, and you will see other problems coming up that you might think you're in the best position to solve, but just focus on the one you are solving for the time being. Then also is creativity and also adaptability. Because like I said, creativity is very, very important, because some of these problems are, you might find them new, that you have to maybe recreate something to solve old ways of doing the same thing over and over and over again, and trying to adapt, as they throw something to you, probably maybe you have a feeling, okay, this is how this is going to work, and you saw that it might not work that way, so you might probably adapt swiftly to changes as you build your startup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tosin. Final words for you, Prof. I know you've worked with startups, worked with businesses, both from undergraduates, postgraduates, and there has been challenges faced and also exciting opportunities. So for you, how can young entrepreneurs or how can young businesses tailor their products to fit what customers need in the market?
Okay, thank you very much. Working with students, what we have discovered is that we have a generation of persons that are full of ideas. And I want to say that everyone should just continue with that idea. You should not say, oh, because this idea, I couldn't take it to the market, and then I should just jettison it. So what I want to first of all encourage everyone is that you continue with that experimentation. One of the key things I've discovered from persons that are up there is that they experiment a lot. So failure is part of entrepreneurship. So you must ensure that you continue to fail, but to fail forward. So even when you have failed, you learn a lot of things from that failure, and then go back again. Let there be an iteration again. Okay, why is it that they don't like it? And one thing about it is, at a point of the process, while you are thinking that you are factoring customers, it's also important that you, at the initial stage, incorporate some of the will-be customers into your production process in terms of trying to get input from them. Number of times, it's person you see them, developing products that customers may not need. We say something, we say quality is not what an organization puts into a product. It is what customers get out of it. That you have spent several millions or you have spent a lot of time on something does not mean it's of quality. So it is your customer that will tell you that, oh, I think I like this. So it is important for us to continue to be close to our customers to that point that we'll be able to factor in what they need and what they may need. And then along the line, you ensure that before it gets to the market, you have been able to do test marketing and then be able to know that, yes, they will need it. And when you are doing test marketing, it's not just the products. You are looking at other factors. Would they like the price? The location where you want to be selling it. So all of those things, you have to factor it in and test it. And then with that, you'll be able to upscale that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So we're now open to questions from the audience. If you have any questions, please just signify and yeah.
I'd like to appreciate our keynote speakers for the lecture. It was very insightful. My question is directed to Dr. Lillian, and I have 3 questions. The first one, aside cancer treatment, I'd like to ask what the center has been able to do based on metastasis of cancer. One of my lecturers will say cancer definitely has a cure, in quotes, but the issue of metastasis has really complicated the whole thing. So I would like to know if the center has been able to do anything. Secondly, I'm just curious, how is the center funded? Because it seems like you guys are doing a lot of things. So I'd like to know how it's funded. Then I'm hearing a lot about partnerships and all with the big people. I don't know what you are doing about the small, young graduates and all in terms of job opportunities. Thank you.
Next person.
So sorry, it might be helpful to respond before, yes, because you already asked 3 questions.
Okay.
Okay, you asked about metastasis. Metastasis is, it is what it is. It's a Greek word for explaining that the cancer has spread. Is it Greek or Latin now? I forget my core medicine. That the cancer has spread everywhere. And right now, with how cancer treatment is evolving, with targeted therapy, with innovative treatment modalities like VMAT and IMRT, people are changing the way, the view of metastatic cancer. For example, in places like Cuba, they've been able to look at lung cancer as something that is not, even at stage 4, where it's metastatic is everywhere, as something that will not necessarily kill the patient, but look at it as like a chronic disease. The way you take medication for hypertension and diabetes, that's what they've been able to achieve. And that where cancer therapy is going. To say it is stage 4 doesn't mean it is the end of the world. We can prolong life, we can improve the quality of life. So, I mean, what one has been able to achieve with metastasis. The challenge, however, is the cost of treatment. So I move from that, answering that question, to your other question, to talk about funding. So even though when I say public-private sector, it may seem a bit odd because the NSI is still a government entity, but it is viewed as a private arm of government. So that's the way in which we are private. When we say the public part is the Lagos University Teaching Hospital. And it is run as a for-profit enterprise, so patients pay for it. However, I mean, the cost of cancer treatment, given the quality of care that is being delivered, is astronomical. So it's coming at a cost that is heavily subsidized because the cancer center was set up out of the funds from the Sovereign Wealth Fund, which the NSIA manages. And that Sovereign Wealth Fund is for all Nigerians. So we cannot be charging prices that would just be completely top range and expensive. But you are getting the care you will probably get in the US or the UK, that will cost you thousands of dollars or pounds. You're getting it at a relatively reasonable amount in Nigeria and in Naira. So that is how funding happens. Some patients are on insurance. So to be completely transparent, about 90% of our patients will pay out of pocket. And that is because in Nigeria, we do not have a fully active and vibrant health insurance scheme. When that expands, then you will have more people on insurance. So the people that do come on under insurance are people that have private insurance, so the AXA Mansard, Hygieia, and all of that. Those people are there. We also have NGOs that fund patient treatments. We're trying to increase partnerships in that wise. The cancer center itself, NSCC, has what is called the NISP, which is the NLCC Indigent Support Program. We commit a percentage of our revenue to treat patients. So you are not unable to afford the cost of treatment. Your doctor has to identify you as, this patient has come, has been assessed, I've recommended this treatment, and he or she says, I honestly do not have the money. We have a medical social worker that verifies these patients are indigent so that, they're not scamming the center and then cheating people out of, that really deserve. Hello. All right, so, and then they're able to access treatment. So that's, sort of like the funding structure for the center. As per partnerships, we partner with several different organizations. So, for example, the Mami app is a partnership. It's not developed by NLCC. It's developed by a lady called Mercy Ofuya. But in cancer care, because cancer is a global problem, and no one center location, geographic location has all the ideas and all the knowledge. So there's a lot of collaboration that happens. So that's as regards partnership. Then you said working with younger people. So what we do at NLCC, we have an internship program. And it's across, different specialties. I think the one that might be most interesting to you might be our research internship program. And we take about, I think it runs every quarter, we take about 12 people from different specialties who have an interest in research. And we assign them to different oncologists. They receive support. They have didactic lectures. It runs for like a 12-week session. And when you come away from that, that's experience that you can put on your CV and say, I've worked in a cancer center research program. Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Mom. I feel you've thrown some light into my questions because I wanted to ask about the cost of treatment. We all know cancer treatment can be quite expensive. So I wanted to know what the center is doing actively to make these costs affordable for the average Nigerian. And if they are doing something, how effective has it been? So that's why.
So I answered in a bit, but I'll elaborate. It's not the NISP cannot meet everybody's need. And the NISP, unfortunately, because, the whole cancer value chain is really wide. And because of the lack of infrastructure, lack of government investment generally in healthcare for many, many years, there are all kinds of structural challenges that we face. And I say that to say the NISP will look at prognosis. So that's what's the likelihood that if we fund this patient treatment, the patient will do well. So there are several things we'll consider. For example, the age of the patient, what's the stage, what's the likelihood that the patient will get better, and things like that. But the downside of that is that for the patient that doesn't get funded, for the stage 4 person who is maybe 54 years old, that person also deserves support. Even if they're not going to cure the cancer, they need support to be able to die a dignified death. Nigeria has almost, just a huge gap when it comes to palliative and hospice care. We're also working on, because again, like I said, in cancer care, not everything, you can't have all the resources yourself, especially in an LMIC like ours, low and middle income country like ours. So we're working to improve our capacity for palliative care, partnering maybe with a hospice so that patients that actually require hospice care are not languishing at home, where the proper kind of care that will ensure that they're comfortable, even if they're eventually going to die, all of that is happening. So I will admit there's significant challenges, especially with the prevailing economic conditions. But just to re-emphasize that the quality of what we provide, if you were to get it elsewhere, will cost you a whole lot more. So it's heavily subsidized. Thank you.
Thank you for educating us. However, I have a question on how do you measure your success rate? At your center, you mentioned that you do radiotherapy and all of that. How do you compare it with chemotherapy? And, when you talk about ionizing radiation, non-ionizing radiation and all of that, cancer treatment is a very delicate thing. It can move from that part and affect other viable cells when you subject a patient to radiation. Now, how do you determine the extent of damage or of success after treatment? And again, for example, a patient diagnosed of maybe a breast cancer case in May did not go for treatment at that time, and then decides to go maybe due to other complications and all of that, in October. Do you carry out further screening for them to tell the extent of metastasis, like she mentioned? And then how affordable are your services? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, I will answer the last question first because I can hear the murmurs in the room because I'm sure everybody agrees that I have spoken extensively to pricing, so I will not belabor the point. But to speak to outcomes and then damage to other tissue, just to clarify, yes, the core of what we do is radiotherapy, and emphasize it because of the dearth of radiotherapy services in the country. That's not all that we do. In the past, I think we had about 6 to 8, tertiary centers, teaching hospitals across the country that were offering radiotherapy, and all those machines were either just completely packed up or they were epileptic. They'll work for 2 months and then they'll break down for 6 months and patient treatment will be truncated. NLCC has almost negligible downtime, and because we have the largest number of machines and we have the largest capacity of staff. So even if one machine is down, 2 machines will be functional. Patient treatment is moved from one machine to the other. So in addition to radiotherapy, we do chemotherapy, we do immunotherapy, we have targeted therapy. So all the different, and because it's a partnership with Luth, you have surgical oncology. So even if a patient, for example, that had breast cancer needed to have a mastectomy done, we'll have a mastectomy done in Luth and then move to us for the chemo and the radiotherapy. So we do everything. When you say, what are the outcomes? Your question was, sort of in 2 things. So I would say, when you talk about the side effects, that's the whole point of me saying this is cutting edge technology. VMAT and IMRT ensures that you have targeted, the radiation is directed at the tumor itself to, the highest possible level, and you are minimizing damage to surrounding tissue. When patients are on radiotherapy, we have a radiation side effect clinic which is entirely free. So once you've paid for radiotherapy, you can come back and say, and that is monitored. So are you having diarrhea? Because, for example, if you had irradiation to the pelvis in a patient with prostate cancer, you could irritate the rectum. I don't know if there are any medical students or like health sciences in the room. You could have irritation to the rectum. The patient could have diarrhea and all of that. So all those things, if it's mild, if it's moderate, if it's severe, all of that is monitored and, and recorded. As regards outcomes, we continue to, we've had very good outcomes with head and neck because lots of head and neck tumors are actually curable, even when they present in late stages. But I know you want documented evidence. Again, this is a work in progress. we are consistently working to clean up our data so that, and publishing papers actively, so we can say when it comes to outcomes, you come at this stage, and even then, so we cannot categorically say, oh, if you come at this stage, this will happen, because there are other comorbidities that may be involved in managing that patient. But I believe to a great extent I've answered your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My first question is to Mr. Tosin Adurota. So you said that you do visualizations to help education, like children in school and all. I'd like to ask, what's the challenge that you face in letting the schools accept your idea of innovation in those schools? How would you say parents, or what influence or effect would parents have on the school management decision? How do you think the school can better convince, maybe the school management, better convince parents to accept such innovation, as much as even AI is being talked about these days? What were the challenges, and how did you navigate that with the school management in accepting your own idea of innovation? That's my first question for you. And then for Dr. Lillian, my question is, you talked about how sometimes when patients come over to the center, they'll be advised to wait, watch videos and all of that to keep them engaged, because there could be a long queue or so. But they're engaged in a way to know. Okay, so my question really is that, are there plans to expand the center? You mentioned that there are 22 molecular labs being in the pipe, the work for 22 molecular labs. But sometimes, imagine that maybe a patient is being diagnosed in Osut, for instance, that's in Ogun State, and maybe when the patient gets to the center, it's been referred to NLCC, LUT. How are there plans for the patient or the center to expand to such locations so that they don't have to wait on the queue for that long and all of that? Thank you.
Okay, so for the question you asked, and how we sell the videos to parents is, first things first, we let them know that the categories of learners, the auditory, the visuals, and the kinestics, there are a lot of these students. For example, if you're talking about plants now, they can't really, by teaching it orally, they can't really get to see the picture of how plants, except to show them what plants, what the distance between the sun and earth, all those things are. So we let them know that most of these kids, they watch Nickelodeon, they watch cartoons and all those other things, and they see the efforts that these creators have put into making such videos a reality. Like if you watch something like Spider-Man, I heard about 1.5 years went into making the movie, and such intense time just to give them a 2 hours recreational video for them to watch. So we let the schools we work with to let them know that this is beyond just education. We're trying to make them have a visual, a mental picture of what they are being taught. So if I'm teaching something, I should be able to bring it to reality. And apparently about 60% of learners are actually visual learners. Not just about 20% are auditory. They just see, okay, they can grab what they're talking about. While the rest, they have to touch what they're talking about. So the visuals are about 60%. I will let them know they have to see what they're talking about before they can comprehend. And based on YouTube, like I said, if you go on YouTube, it's not arranged. You just see different videos that are not really maybe tailored to the curriculum. So what we will try to do is, okay, we take it based on the curriculum. So week 1, we're talking about oxygen. Week 2, we're talking about this. Week 3, we're talking about this. So they can see for themselves that, okay, this is what they are trying to grasp. And I think it's the bishop that said, only fools without proofs. So if we show you, okay, this is what you need to make children better, I think they would actually subscribe to that.
Thank you. And thank you for your question, because it gives me the opportunity to clarify for anybody else that misunderstood me, because apparently I think you did. What happens when you come into the center as a new patient is that you fill a form, because like I say, we are collecting data constantly, because a lot of what we do is research based. So, and then you get, the moment you register, you get an SMS that is that's with a link to a patient navigation video. The patient navigation video is probably like maybe 2 minutes long. So it's not to let them while away time while, there's a long queue. It's for you to understand what will happen in your care journey. When the patient comes the first time, they're going to take a history, clerking most likely, because this is somebody who maybe this breast lump, they didn't see it yesterday. They've had it for a while. They've gone to this hospital, gone to that hospital. So taking a history, doing a full examination, reviewing all the investigations that have been done for the first time usually takes about 45 minutes to 1 hour. Then there's a whole bit of reviewing all that detail, with the consultant, making recommendations. You need to go do another CT scan. You need to do fresh blood work. We need to check your kidney function, liver function, all of that. So a lot of people are like, oh, the first time I came in, they didn't really seem to have done anything, and then the patient gets confused. So we realize that they need to understand how it works. So the first time you're coming in, all of this is what's going to happen. After that, then you see your oncologist with all the results. They plan your treatment. It takes a while to, look at, because the whole point of patient planning and contouring is when we decide where does the radiation go. The gentleman that was asking about side effects, working with the physics team, medical physics, they look at, because they now, decide this, this part of the body, tumor is getting this amount of radiation. The other aspects, okay, yes, they're going to get some radiation, as sort of like, as part of the effects, but we're going to minimize the effect on all of that. And all of that is a quality assurance purpose that is, quality assurance process rather, that is very detailed. So that is how it happens. The patient navigation video is to improve the patient experience and help them understand. We also deploy, patient experience team. There are people around the center walking around, looking at the patient's face. Do you look confused? Do you have badges that say, ask me? So if you're struggling, you're wondering where to go, there's someone to ask and someone to clarify. So it's not to just let them while away time. As to expansion, yes, beyond the diagnostic labs, the NSI does plan to increase the number of cancer centers in the near future. So that is in the works, so that patients do not, because even that distance is an issue. If you are actively working and then you need to travel all the way from one location to the other, you need to leave your job. If maybe you're a woman, because a lot of childcare falls on the woman, you need to say, okay, who's going to take care of my kids while I'm away? I need to take time off work, and all of that, shouldn't be happening. If it was a cancer center that was in your state, for example, that would be a lot easier to navigate. And treatments, adherence to treatment abandonment will reduce, because that's another thing, especially in pediatric cancers. The patient, someone has brought their child maybe all the way from Ibadan, from the east, and then you're thinking, I need to go back to work because I need to pay for this treatment. So in the end, sometimes they don't finish the treatment, things like that. So that is certainly in the works. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the information. Please, I just have 2 questions. I'll be really fast with them. So my first question is to Professor Gunaike. You talked about startups, and then you fail, you start again. So my question is, what is the reason why a business failed? Is because of the Nigerian government. So, for example, Tinubu has come into power, dollar, fuel, everything. So what do you do about it? Does it mean you should jackpot or end the business? Okay, then my second most important question goes to Dr. Linian. So looking at this case study, assuming you have a young female who observed breast lump at the age of 15, and then it was operated upon, and it was checked, it was benign. So that's that. Then let's say 3 years later, the lumps moved to the left breast and began to spread, And then let's say 5 years interval from the first operation to the second one, visited the hospital, and the hospital were like, okay, I want to remove the lumps that move from the right breast to the left breast. And then the doctors were like, if I'm to remove these lumps, probably your whole breast will be disfigured and you'll be able to look at it in the mirror. And then the advice was like, okay, why don't you, childbirth, breastfeeding, helps to, that's also what I want to validate. Does it really, according to the doctor, if the doctor says when a person is pregnant or breastfeeding, the breast expands, or I don't know, then when you stop breastfeeding, maybe there's some death of cells, and maybe those ones will die along. So is that really effective? So then, assuming all that is going on and the person just feels, okay, fine, so far the first lump I removed was benign, then probably this second one that just moved to the right breast or whatever, although it's multiple, it might be benign. And as at that point, the person didn't have any family history of breast cancer, and suddenly a member of the family just opened up, boom. Within 3 months, I have lump. Within the next 4 or 5 months, mastectomy. And everybody is just like, where is this coming from? So it's a whole lot. So what would you advise in that kind of case? And then understanding the fact that, I know they say go to the hospital and do tests, but that psychological realization that probably a person might have breast cancer, I think it killed the person before. The person will just go to NSPPD and just begin to pray about it. And then also I want to ask, concerning this mastectomy, a breast is a woman's pride, so having to cut the breast, like, I can't just imagine it. But can't there be other, can we get to a point where we can, it's, as a woman, one breast is there, the other breast is not there. So that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the first question. It's obvious that we have challenge in our hand, and we cannot run away from it. So business does not exist alone. That's why we talk about business environment. Okay, so that is what makes you tick as an entrepreneur. So every organization, they are situated within a space, and within that your ecosystem, there are challenges. And so you look at it and say, okay, what are these challenges? And the reason actually why you are failing in the first instance, just like you are saying, are because of all of these challenges. So you are going back to say, okay, let me, believing that you have already done your SWOT analysis in the first instance, the strengths, the weaknesses, opportunity, and threats. So it is after you have done that and you have looked at it and say, okay, these are the challenges. And what we look at today as problems, entrepreneurs most of the time, they don't see it as problems. They are seeing it that, oh, another opportunity is being created in another form. So it's just a way of saying, okay, with this new development, it's like this particular one will not work. But with this new JAPA level, it's like, oh, there is another thing I can do to take advantage. I have seen some entrepreneurs that they are even enjoying this time. That's okay, they are taking advantage of the fact that, oh, some persons are leaving, and so they are looking at those loopholes of person. I've seen some even entrepreneurs that carried the Japan, and some persons say, okay, these are things that these persons were doing when he was here. So what an opportunity for me to move in now. So it's obvious we have challenges in our hand. That's obvious, and we cannot run away from it. But you just keep on looking at it. And part of it is the fact that you have to collaborate. So there are things that you just know naturally that you alone cannot handle. And so, spread your network, see persons that have what you need. And then part of it is come together and see how you can leverage on that your strengths, and then you take advantage of what has come up to come up with a new thing. So that's what I will say for now. Thank you.
So thank you for your questions. I think I'll start with the last one where you talked about, the breast and, cutting of the breast. And it's an interesting perspective. Maybe because I'm a doctor and I understand, the whole stuff about cancer. I think maybe not even necessarily because of I'm a doctor. It's maybe the way I look at it. I just think if I need, this thing is going to keep me alive. If taking it off will keep me alive, then I take it off. That's the way I view mastectomies. However, I understand, the angle at which you're coming at it from. There is breast reconstructive surgery. Again, because we are at LMIC, even though healthcare is what it is, it focuses on human beings, it still is a business. So if there's no need, if there's no demand, then there will be no supply. So if patients keep presenting late and there's no need for breast conservative surgery, almost no surgeon is going to want to go and learn how to do breast conservative surgery, because when he does it and he's practicing in this country, he's not going to have anybody to practice it on. So that's the challenge. But the patients, there needs to be something to conserve. If the tumor is so large that by the time I take off that tumor, there's almost nothing left, then there's nothing to conserve. And late presentation, is part of the challenge. But there is breast reconstructive surgery. There are prostheses that you can have, so at least if you are, putting on your garments, you're not looking completely flat-chested. There are all sorts of things that are coming up now that, people can have. But I think the most important thing is a healthy self-image. You are not your breasts. You are not your hair. Because even in chemo, the hair will fall off. Does that mean you become less of yourself? You are who your sense of identity should come from something beyond your physical appearance. Because beyond cancer, people that have acid burn victims, where they pour acid on them, that means for them life should end. Because what's then, how you look, if that is completely disfigured, then you feel your whole life is taken away from you. But if your sense of identity, your sense of self-worth comes from something inside, beyond physical appearance, then you're able to overcome those challenges. So that's that. For the person that had multiple breast lumps, hormonal changes and all of that can cause those repeated breast lumps. So you have fibrocystic disease of the breast, which is entirely benign. And someone like that should probably, you can have those things monitored. The fact that a family member had breast cancer does not necessarily mean that what she has is going to be breast cancer. And fibrocystic disease does not metastasize, doesn't change and become cancer. Fibrocystic disease is another disease entity that is entirely benign and will remain so. So I would say to that person, see your surgeon, see gynae so that they check out your hormones, reduce stress. There are lots of things, and I say this to everyone. We need to get informed. Lots of people are ignorant about health. Get informed, understand, and advocate for yourself. Because some people say, I went to this doctor and it is this doctor that said this. But if you sat down and you read up a bit, you understood a bit, you'll be able to say, no, I don't agree with this. If you insist that this is what I want to do, I want a second opinion. And not in a way that is obnoxious, where you're trying to rubbish the doctor or say they don't know what they're doing. But be able to advocate for yourself. That is important. And yes, breastfeeding is protective. But I will also say that you could do everything. You could exercise, you could keep your weight down, you could eat healthy, you could eat your 5 portions of fruits a day and still get cancer. But the benefit of doing all those things is that you have greater chances of survival because your body is healthier, your body can cope. But if you're overweight, you're struggling with diabetes, with hypertension and all those things, and then you get cancer, then it becomes, there are so many other comorbidities. The doctor is managing the cancer, and maybe one medication is stopping your blood pressure, it's stopping your blood sugar. It's now like a balancing act that's difficult to succeed at. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lillian. Thank you, Mr. Tosin, and thank you, Professor Ogunaike, for coming on this panel session. It was really amazing. And with the questions that were asked, it shows that there was really an enriching flow of information. Thank you very much, and do have a great day. Thank you. Just a panel.
Pictures, please, before you go. Hold on, let the center leader join you. Professor. Please, before you go, the center wants to appreciate you for taking out this opportunity to avail lots of your intellectual contribution. Dr. Lillian Epo, we celebrate you for coming to this event. Thank you. Mr. Tosin Adurota. and Mr. Jerry Ojuma for being an amazing moderator. Thank you so much, Prof. You're all greatly appreciated. We really, really appreciate you all. You'll agree with me that Dr. Lillian Epo is loaded. Please make sure you don't miss her once we go out for networking. Please make sure you have her in your corner. Thank you so much, Ma. I really appreciate you on the effort of your center, the NSIA, to demystify the myth around cancer. Like she said, one positive word or information can save a life. Thank you so much, Doc, for the great work you're doing. To further enlighten us on the works of the NSIA Lutz Cancer Center, join me, make welcome Dr. Chidi Akpakuru. I hope he's in the house. He's going to take one of the partner sponsor session right away. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause as he takes the stage. Thank you so much. Studio, please, his slides.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Chidi Abakuru, consultant, radiation and clinical oncologist at the NSI Youth Cancer Center. Thanks for having me here. It's always a delight to be in the university environment. It always stimulates me and it always reminds me of, my own time in university. I've always wanted to come to Covenant because I've had a lot of good things. I have a couple of cousins who passed through these hallowed walls. So it's a privilege for me to be here today and to be among such young, bright minds. So thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. So I would want to talk a bit more about the center. Thankfully, Dr. Lillian Ekbo has taken all the hard shots. So there really isn't anything you will ask me that will be harder than what you've asked her already. So let me just open my presentation here. Yeah, but I have to look at it here. Okay, so we want to talk a bit about what we actually do, down to the numbers and down to the technical specifics of it, and not just from a brand perspective. So the NSI Youth Cancer Center is, a product of necessity. It was birthed because we know that, everyone in here at least has one person that they know that has come down with cancer. You couldn't say the same about 25 years ago. Back then, cancer was just like a myth or an urban legend where you hear people talk about cancer and you really don't know anyone who has had it, so it's not really something that has been brought home to you. But over the couple of years, we've seen cancer rise as from the 5th most common non-communicable disease to just the 2nd now, and the chances of it rising all the way to the very top with all the changes in our lifestyle and everything that's going on, in the next 10 years are very high. So we talk about the burden of cancer, we have the statistics, and we know what the issues are. Dr. Ekbo talked about the big 4. She talked about breast cancer, she talked about colorectal cancer, cervical cancer, and prostate cancer. These are the cancers that we are dealing with in Nigeria here. They might not be the big 4 globally because a lot of countries have overcome and eradicated the scourge of cervical cancer. But Nigeria has a way of finding itself in the most damning statistics. If it's under-child mortality, under-5 mortality, if it's poor birth rates, poor death rates, maternal mortality. So we find ourselves dealing with cervical cancer. So that's why it's still among our top 5. So it's a significant public health challenge in Nigeria. And the federal government had previously tried some initiatives, the National Cancer Control Program, to ensure that at least information was out there, because it all starts with information. It all starts with knowing what the problem is. And it's not just about the general public, but also healthcare providers. For a doctor who isn't a cancer specialist to be able to recognize and acknowledge that the thing he's dealing with is not ulcer, that there could be a problem that's deeper than just ulcer. You see people getting ulcer treatment for 6 months, and you don't really blame them because they are relying on the information that their healthcare provider has. So the need to have a comprehensive cancer care center was there all along, but it was articulated in 2019 when the NSI Youth Cancer Center came on board. So it's a PPP, like Dr. Ebo so graciously mentioned, and it was birthed from the use of the sovereign wealth funds being managed by the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority. So yeah, that's how the investment came on, and that's how the extensive reach and resources that it has were accessed. So the vision is to be the leading cancer care center in Africa. I make bold to say that in West Africa now, I don't think there's any cancer center that has the capacity that we have in terms of treatment techniques and trained professionals and access to resources, which is very crucial, because it's one thing to start a cancer center and it's another thing to see it thriving and growing in 5 years' time in the kind of climate we have in this country. So this just kind of summarizes everything I want to say. I don't want to dwell too long on this. I want to actually talk about what this symposium, if I may call it that, has and what it can bring to innovation in healthcare. I've had a lot of excellent speakers talk about startups and thriving and even a lot of things I never heard of in my life, because one thing about doctors, at least for myself, you know, medicine kind of swallows you whole. It really doesn't let you think about anything else. So those were really new to me. So I want to see what the community we have here thinks about the problems we have, how we've solved them, and the ones that we're still contending with. I'll get to those slides later, but just to give you a summary of the numbers again and what we're doing. I had someone ask questions about how we determine our successes. So we have a lot of research coming out of the center. It's coming out by the week now because, you know, everyone is stimulated more, and that's as a result of providing a climate that is conducive for research. Because before you can do research, you actually have to have some peace of mind and some calmness in your soul before you can research. So it says a lot that research is something that is coming up really quickly at the center. So there's access to training, more curricula are being developed by the day, and more collaborations to ensure that our staff, the students, and the interns get a lot of training and stimulation. This doesn't just help the center, but it also helps to avoid the brain drain that we have so much. So that when these people are still at the formative stages, either at their undergraduate levels or at the intern level, they understand that there is a structure that is looking for their services, that is willing to absorb them, and that they're comfortable with. Very crucial. So these are the numbers of research output we have so far. I'm sure that number should probably be modified because it's increasing by the week. So our facilities, Dr. Ebo talked about what the facilities we have are. So we're not the first center to talk about bringing a radiotherapy machine to Nigeria, because it's important to understand that radiotherapy machines have predated the NSI Youth Cancer Center. But the issue we've always had were the issues of maintenance, just like almost every project in Nigeria. Maintenance and making sure that these things are available for as long as the patients need them. And if they need them again, because sometimes you can have patients who need retreatment. So you have your treatment at Center A. By the time you're going back there for a review in a couple of months, you find out that Center A has packed up and their machines are not working. Not only does this discourage the patients greatly, but you find out even the cancers themselves. So I think of cancer as an alien life form because it's intelligent. And you find out the cancers themselves, they become more resistant to treatment when you have breaks in treatment. Whenever you come back to treat it again, the cancer has accelerated in growth and it has become mutant. So the one cardinal law of radiotherapy is you should not halt treatment for longer than a week. If you have to halt treatment for a couple of days, that's okay. But once you halt it for up to a week, you have big problems. So we talked about the LINAC facilities we have. We have an excellent brachytherapy system also. We have a HDR brachytherapy system, which is very crucial because, like I said, a couple of other centers have brachytherapy centers in Nigeria, but you know, we have all the facilities needed for the complete treatment of cervical cancer. So you incorporate the external beam radiotherapy and the brachytherapy systems housed in one center. So the patient just makes out a couple of months, oh, I'm going for my treatment, I'll need 6 weeks. And they start their treatment and they're done. They don't have to move anywhere else. They just probably have to plan for the logistics of staying in Lagos if they don't have family. So these are some members of our staff at the training room. We have staff who work with training and so many other departments. We have radiation therapists, we have physicists, we have oncologists. We have everyone that is needed in the holistic care of cancer. And our collaboration with the College of Medicine also makes that possible. So these are some of our facilities. Sometimes it's actually more crowded than this. This was probably taken on the weekend, so it's really full on clinic days. So back straight to what I wanted to talk about, the problems we have in the Nigerian healthcare sector that we need innovation for. The last 3 slides are probably the most important slides. And I'm not here to give a lecture on this because, this is an opportunity for us to see how well we are handling these problems, what we've been able to do so far as a center, and the scientific methods and the technological innovations we've brought to bear in our service delivery. So what are our problems? The eternal problem is the high patient-to-doctor ratios. We have doctors jumping off the ship like it's going out of fashion. And it's a problem because even the ones who are left behind, they become so demoralized that, they have one leg in and one leg out. You can't treat cancer if you're demoralized. You have to go at it full on because it comes at your patient, full on also. Very high patient-to-doctor ratios. Then an unstable and less than satisfactory referral system. So how do we get the patients? How do we ensure that these patients don't waste too much time on one doctor in one remote area who is treating ulcer for as long as he can treat it? How do you ensure that when these patients have been treated, they can be referred to the centers they came from? So you don't overburden the system, because when you overburden the system, everything comes crashing down from burnout from the physicians to actually causing the machines to have a lot of wear. Then lack of adequate health insurance cover, that makes payment for treatment really difficult. And no matter how low we bring the prices or subsidize the prices, a huge proportion of Nigerians are still not able to pay for these treatments. So you see a lot of things like crowdfunding, philanthropy, and donor agencies coming to help the patients. High burden on infrastructure, meeting daily improving global standards. Nigeria has always played catch-up. We're trying to keep up, but the reality is that the place you're trying to catch up to, everyone has already moved on from there, and by the time you get there, they're probably like 7-8 years ahead. So the way cancer care works is that there are international guidelines for radiation and chemotherapy that you have to always check up. It's not like something you go read in a textbook. You have to keep up with what is being done. You may find that if you don't keep yourself up to date for up to 3 months, what you're doing is outdated. Patient probably knows, but you don't know. There's no greater embarrassment for a doctor than for a patient to tell you something you don't know. Not that you're perfect, but you should always strive to keep up. So how do we meet up with daily improving global standards? Then, lack of adequate health education among the populace. Dr. Igbo talked about the efforts we're making to reach people online and offline. It's important to go to those centers of gathering and commune, churches, educational institutions, and traditional institutions also, to ensure that we can reach people as much as possible, to let them know that cancer is not a death sentence, to let them know that it's treatable, to let them know that even metastatic disease is not necessarily a death sentence. Because like Dr. Igbo said, it's going to be tagged as a chronic condition currently and going into the future. You manage it. You change your treatment modalities. You reshuffle your treatment modalities. You sequence them differently to ensure that the patient lives for as long as possible. So it's not a case anymore where you have metastasis and you just say, oh, it's curtains. No, you have to restage the patient. You have to find out exactly what their needs are, and you have to actually know how far gone they are before you make your counsel to the patient. Then an unresponsive and uncoordinated healthcare system. I say this because you can't function in the midst of chaos. If you're the one shining light in the midst of a lot of darkness, eventually you have issues because it's difficult to work with in isolation. You need these patients to see different specialists. You need these patients to get different treatments. You can't house everything, in as much as it's a comprehensive cancer care center. Some patients need physiotherapy. Okay, you're done with treatment for somebody who had an impending spinal cord compression and you want them to get some physiotherapy. You have a problem because you don't have in-house physiotherapy, and neither should you, because the system should work in such a way that when you're done with it, you can send the person for physiotherapy. But then physiotherapy becomes a problem. Physiotherapy is supposed to be basic stuff, and you find out that you're struggling with that. Then when you finish treatment for something else, say head and neck cancers. Now, head and neck cancers go hand in hand with cosmetic surgery. Because you've treated the cancer, great, you've done all the radiotherapy, but there's some side effects that may cause some, facial dysmorphism or some issues that might affect the patient psychologically going forward. And it's also important to mention that we've incorporated psychology into our care. It's one of the available facilities we have, services at our center. We have psychologists and psychiatrists coming 4 times a week to see patients. So when you finish radiotherapy to the head and neck, there's some issues that you have which are acceptable considering the great stuff you've just done for this patient. But they need cosmetic surgery. They need plastic surgeon's reviews. Now you try to get a plastic surgeon, you have a problem. So the healthcare system is kind of like difficult to maneuver and navigate for the patient and even the oncologist and the people working in the cancer center. So these are the problems we have. I'm going to talk about some ways we've managed to weave around some of the daily problems we have in Nigeria. And I think that is one of the main reasons why the center continues to thrive, and not only thrive, but also grow. So patient presentation algorithms. Now you have the front desk, and the front desk, you can't keep doctors and nurses at the front desk. That's not where they should be. So you have people who are probably not very versed in healthcare and medical knowledge. So they need to know how to speak with the patients, and they need to know how to answer the patient's questions without calling the doctor every 5 minutes to say, what do I do for this? So we developed algorithms such that whatever the patient's condition is and whatever their needs are, it's been narrowed down and minimized into dichotomized questions. Okay, so for example, you can say, do you have a condition that has been worrying you for more than 3 months? Yes. If yes, click this. Do you have a doctor you've spoken to? Yes. Has your doctor recommended some tests for you? Yes. Has your doctor done a biopsy for you? Yes. Has the doctor retrieved your histology? Yes. Is it confirmed to be cancer? Yes. If yes, then you can call this number. So we're still working on the patents for that, so nobody works on that, okay? So yeah, I wanted to talk about the algorithm and how bringing these things in can simplify a lot of hitherto complex matters. So virtualization of support groups, it's helped us a lot, especially post-COVID, where prior to that, people would need to meet in a room, just like an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, where you need to sit around, and you find that it's a problem because you need to have these people in a room, logistics, they're not in the same state. So you virtualize the support groups, and we have meetings, we have different gender-based support groups of patients meet every now and then to see that patients are getting what they need. Then digitalization of inquiry pathways, usage of USSD codes to help patients to request information that they need without having to come into the center and crowd the whole place out. Then global trainings and multidisciplinary meetings have become more accessible because of technology that we have. And most importantly, for the oncologist especially, because you spend a lot of time contouring each case, especially depending on the areas and the complexities. We have auto-contouring softwares that would help you to identify target organs, identify organs at risk, down to up to 2 millimeters. And 2 millimeters is really small, so that's really accurate. And it reduces the side effects and increases your precision. Then we talked about how, okay, you might not really understand, offline review of daily treatment plans is a way to see that every day your treatment occurs. While the mass is reducing, your treatment field is also either reducing accordingly or maintaining, depending on what you're trying to achieve. So you have to look at your plan every day because you're expecting to get some benefit in the short term as well as in the long term. Then multimedia display devices are situated around the whole center to ensure that patients see videos. For those who don't have smartphones, patients access information just by sitting in the lobby. So no one really whiles away time at the center. So these are some things that I personally, not speaking for the center now, have found to be of debatable utility. Mobile device applications, preset chemo treatment reminders, I personally think they cause a lot of anxiety and reduce quality of life, but I don't know what we think here. And financial services sector collaboration, because a lot of patients need funding for their care. Perhaps we should speak to some of these financial services bodies to see how they can help patients fund their care at least in repayable loans. That's something we should look at, but it's still up for debate. And my last slide, things that we need to look at going forward in the future. Anyone can pick up on all these things and decide what their innovation or what their research is going to be. Ready access to digital health summary and records of patients. Absolutely important. A lot of patients will say, oh, I have to go back to Delta State and have my doctor send me the reports. Oh, I don't know what drug they gave me. Oh, I don't know what surgery they did for me. I saw a patient a while ago who she came to me for, I'm going to be done soon. She came to me to work up her treatment, and I did a scan for her, and I told her, look, your left kidney is missing. What's going on? For real, this happened. It wasn't at the NSI Youth Cancer Center. So this happened somewhere, and she was focused on us coming up with a treatment plan for her. But I said, look, madam, this is serious. Your left kidney is not in this scan. We did another scan, no left kidney, 2 different centers. And we had to leave the issue at hand and try and find out what happened to her left kidney. She's never had surgery in her life, by the way. That was the only surgery she ever had. So the scan showed no left kidney. So these are some of the issues that we have. Every doctor needs to impute what was. And by the way, she said the surgery lasted 5 hours. Usually, those kind of surgeries last 2 hours. So I asked her, how long did this surgery last? She said 5 hours. So those are like 3 red flags that need investigation. So I'm looking forward to see how that plays out. So levels get really high, you suddenly get a mail from HR that you need to apply for your leave. And self-service points also. Self-service points would be very useful if we had facilities for patients who need medical reports, for example, to go and click on somewhere. What do you need? I need a medical report. I need a treatment summary. I need an excuse from duty. So you can click on that, put in your details, maybe do some form of payment, and you suddenly get that out automated. So self-service would help a lot in reducing the amount of work that the people at the center have to do. So these are some of the things I thought we could look into. I'll be happy to speak with anyone when we're off here to see how we can help with this and also help our patients, of course. So once again, thank you for having me here. I'm really grateful. God bless.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chidi, for that brilliant presentation. Please make sure you corner him during the networking session. Yes, please, thank you. And ask all your questions. Fortunately, we don't have room for that right now. So quickly, we'll be going off for a coffee break and networking, very important. And we will be back by so we are expected to be back by 1. So please, let's just quickly step out. Everything has been set, and enjoy yourself. Thank you so much.
Chris. Is Chris here? Chris, you don't see.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you guys here with me or your mouths are full? Can I hear a in the house since your mouth is full? Very good. Thank you for coming back. We appreciate you all. You're welcome back to the second segment of this amazing event where we've been learning and getting equipped to go forth and do more exploits than we've been doing. From this segment down, we'll be having some startup presentations. And from the list I have, there are about 6 of them. We'll be taking them in this order. We'll start with Mr. A.K. Maxwell. That will be followed by Emmanuel Benson. Then we have a team here called Eden Fruits, which will be coordinated by Olumuyiwa Gideon, I think, Moyo. We have Aquape, Juma Jerry. And then we have Ladi Lawal for Vents 4 and Chris Udonse for CUCC researchers. Please, in that order, please, let's just put slides if you've not given them. And then make welcome the first presenter, Mr. A.K. Namdi Maxwell. Let's put our hands together for him as he comes forward. Please, you have 5 minutes.
Warm greetings and welcome to a new era of change. I'm A.K. Maxwell from a 100-level economics department, and this is Max Ever. Max Ever operates on a two-sided marketplace business model. On one side, you have individuals who need help with services. And on the other side, you have service professionals who are available to assist. Max Ever acts as a platform which connects these two various groups, facilitating transaction and ensuring a seamless experience. Next slide. Slide. Imagine a world whereby you could find reliable service professionals with just some few clicks on your phone. Well, Max Ever brings that world to reality. Here are some problems Max Ever can solve. Availability. Most times, to find service professionals seems like you're looking for a needle in a haystack. By that, I mean, it's very difficult, it's challenging to find these service professionals. Most times, you don't even know where to start from. But with Max Ever connects you with these service professionals. Max Ever connects you with service professionals who fit your schedule and can help you with any services you need. Reliability. Finding someone who can carry out your task to your satisfaction most times is very difficult. Maybe there are just some fraudsters, fake service providers out there, but Max Ever provides you with professionals. Max Ever provides you expertise, people you can trust. Skills. Customers need experts and not just learners to carry out their services. For instance, you want to paint your house, you need an expert painter. You don't just need a random person who just come and apply paint on your walls. Max Ever connects you with these professionals and experts. Max Ever allow you to see customers' reviews. Efficiency. Without Max Ever, looking for service professionals is difficult. You have to rely on word-of-mouth recommendations, going around looking for these people. But with Max Ever, you just go on the website and search for the service professional you're looking for. You can check in. Max Ever provide you with their certifications, and make sure they're experts. Next slide. Here are some benefits of MaxServer. MaxServer, the website is going to be simple and efficient to use, and it's available to anybody. Just go on the website and look for what you're looking for. Flexibility, I mean that like MaxServer, we offer like wide range of services. Any kind of service you're looking for, it's on MaxServer. Just go on the website. MaxServer is not just limited to demographic features or limited to a particular gender or religion or race. MaxServer is versatile. The website is free to anybody. MaxServer is going to be time saving. Let me say in a hurry to go out and maybe your shoe spoils and outside your house there's no cobbler. Just go on MaxServer and you get one quickly. MaxServer is convenience. This is the key feature of MaxServer. Trusted service professionals. MaxServer offers trusted professionals. The service professionals on MaxServer are actual professionals. They're experts in what they do. Next slide. My business model, okay. MaxServer, we connect these two groups, that's the customers and the service professionals. We just connect both of them together. Revenue, generate a revenue from the registration fee of every service provider and, let me say, tax from the customers. Sustainability is a win-win situation whereby the service professionals, they also earn an income when they utilize their skills, while the customers also earn satisfaction. My time is up, but I'd love to show you my website. Studio, please just go straight to the website, please.
Studio, please help him go to his website.
This is the website I just created some few days ago. It's not yet completed, but you get the idea now. Please go to book online. When you go here, please scroll. You get to see different services you need. You can scroll. It's still an upcoming website. It's going to be done soon. Go to sign up. Yeah, this is where the service providers come to register. So when you go there, you send us an email, we'll receive an email, then we'll start communicating with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Put your hands together for him. Next up is a team of 3 persons led by Olumuyiwa Gideon Moyo, Eden Fruits. 5 minutes, please. Keep to time. While Eden Fruit is presenting, please, is Ladi ready? Studio, put vent 4 on standby so that we will flow.
Studio, Eden Fruits. Hello everyone. My name is Caleb. This is Gideon, and this is Tosin. And we are here to introduce you to what we call Eden Fruits. Also, yeah, okay, we are from Department of Biochemistry, final year. So, yeah. Please, studio the slides. Okay. So, sorry. Okay, yeah, let me just go ahead. So, we know one of the major causes, or one of the major problems we face in our time is food wastage and not being able to preserve fruits. Yeah, so we have come up with Eden Fruits to be able to sustain or to preserve these fruits and to keep them for a longer to elongate their shelf life. So we are looking to, next slide, studio. We are looking to solve these SDG goals, SDG 2, 3, 9, and 12. That's zero hunger, good health and well-being, industry innovation, and responsible consumption. Next slide. So with the use of biotechnology, we are looking at bringing out bio-friendly means of, but we want to bring out something synthetic to preserve these goods. We want to bring out something that is actually bio-friendly, that you actually eat and it will not be of any harm or any. Listen, thank you.
All right, next slide. At Eden's Fruit, we strive to achieve optimum food preservation by using certain bio-friendly chemicals such as antioxidants, antifungals, and antimicrobials. So next slide, please. The major antioxidant we'll be using is called quercetin. Quercetin is a flavonoid, which is a nutrient family from plants. They can be gotten majorly from onions and apple. Now, quercetin it's oily in nature, and we plan to use ethanol food grade to extract this quercetin. Now, we look to convert it to aerosols by combining them with certain propellants and putting them in aerosol cans to spray. Now, quercetin is an antioxidant that helps to preserve fruits by preventing it from overripening and browning. Now, quercetin is very beneficial to us as human beings because it reduces redness, it is anti-inflammatory, it also reduces itching and all. So it also helps it helps in the skin to look young and fresh. So if you eat healthy, you look healthy. There's a popular saying that we are what you eat. So we have come up with a way of extracting this quercetin from onions. So we are going to use ethanol food grade method where we just we slice our onions, we air dry it, then we mill it, we
1 minute
it,
to go.
and so I'll be over to
So I'll be talking about the competitive advantages. So as we all know, in our school, we have been equipped with the business knowledge from our EDS, Entrepreneurial Development Studies, to teach us how we can improve our business and all. And we also have strategic partnership with fruit market in Covenant University, like Fruity Life. So that would give us an edge in the business. And we also, like our natural preservatives, like we mentioned, for our use in antioxidants. So that is also another competitive advantage that we have. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is Ladi Lawal Temilayo, Vent 4. Just Vent. Sorry about the 4.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Bukomi. The person you met yesterday is a different person. So forget. Yeah. So 2 different products, completely different products, different companies, set differently. So the name of the company is Vermilion Enterprise for full. So the name was gotten from, for those of you guys that watch anime, Black Clover. Yeah. So that was the name of, that was where we derived the name. Now, if you can't guess yet, the company is about anime and gaming. Okay, so I know you guys will be thinking, how can you make a business out of gaming? Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so what we are planning to do in the company is to combine 2 communities together. That is the gaming community and the anime enthusiast community. Okay, so you find that there are guys that watch anime, there are people that play games. And yes, both of them do both. But there's no one place you can say that these 2 people meet. There's no single place. All right, next slide, please. Now, before I go into anime, esports is a way of gaming professionally in which you make money from. So I'm talking about you playing Candy Crush and you're making money for playing Candy Crush. Or playing Mario and you're making money for playing Mario. No, the time of our age, the age we are, is all about tech. What you're saying is tech guy, tech girl. That's the way the money is. I can promise you that in the next 30 years, the money will be in gaming. You know, this year, the World Esports Games, something like Olympics, was created. Saudi Arabia. I know you guys can already smell the Saudi money. Saudi Arabia, that the guy is hosting it every year. For every single game you can think of that has a competitive scene. That means for every game that hosts competitions, there's going to be a world stage for it. So people go there and participate and play for millions of dollars. They're already doing that already, but then it's going to be something made professional. And also, if you don't know, esports has been added. That's playing of games has been added to the Olympics. There are 4 games now that you can play in the Olympics as a professional gamer. Next slide, please. Now, what are the advantages of gaming you can think? Or you might think, there's so much. The first stuff I can tell you and promise you as a gamer myself is anger management. You enter game, For those of you guys that play games, you understand what I'm saying. You enter a game and you play with somebody, and that person is just it's just messing your entire game up because why? He can't play his own part well. It's just messing you. You will learn how to, and then you're playing the game and your mom enters the room and you want to shout at your mom. No. You will learn anger management. These are a lot of things that will help you from gaming. There are so many skills. Personally, I can tell you things that gaming has taught me. It's Excel. I know how to do Excel from gaming. Professional, no, don't let me say professional. I know how to do Excel to an extent. To the extent that I created a software on Excel that gamers have used. People like Red Bull, Monster, Gamer Africa, Infinix, they've made use of my software for gaming. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, what's anime? Anime is simply animation that is made in Japanese. It's a kind of, let me use the taboo word, cartoon. That is made by, I said taboo, may not forgive me, please. So it's made by Japanese guys. So that's why it's called anime. It's a unique style of making cartoons, or animations, sorry. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what was the problem we were trying to solve? There are two major problems. First, access to gaming goods or anime goods. And also community. Next slide, please. So what we want to do is to sell anime merchandise. We all know, those of us that watch anime or play games know that it's very hard for you to access things like this in Nigeria. Now, this is a gaming cooling fan. You put this at the back of your phone and it cools your phone for you. If you play games, it's a very intensive thing. Your phone starts overheating, and this will cool down your phone. There are things called finger sleeves that you play. For those of you that have sweaty fingers of sweaty palms, you wear it on your fingers, and then it reduces sweat. Basically, it's as simple as that. And you can move your phone across your screen more easily. Next slide, please. Now, this is the market size for the gaming industry. This is not even for the gaming industry. This is for the esports industry and the anime industry. A total of 357 billion. We have a total of 100 million youths in Nigeria that play games. In fact, don't let me even give youths. Out of every 3 people you see, 1 person plays games or watch animes. Out of every 3 persons you see. Next slide, please. So this is what we want to do. We are creating a software that integrates every single thing together. You can buy gaming merch, you can buy gaming products, you can buy anime merchandise. You can also meet people that are professionals in the gaming scene, all inside one platform. There is nothing like this in the world right now, as I'm telling you about. There is nothing, and this industry is very, very huge. This is something that's projected to reach trillions in the next 10 years. All right, next slide, please. And this is how we plan on making money from the game. We have insight economy. We host events. We've hosted events for some major companies. We have advertising our platform. We have a market store in which we will be selling our stuff and be buying stuff like this. They're outside. You can come and buy from us. Then, wages section. Next slide, please. These are some of also the products that I can get from us. For those of you who are into gaming and anime merch, these are some necklaces, cooling fan that I showed you, some costumes and glasses. Next slide, please. And now we have the AI part of the website. Of course, there'll be AI. So what it does is that you can, if you have a costume you like, you snap your picture, you upload it, and the AI tries on the clothes on you, and you see how you look. That's it, as simple as that. So you know what you want to buy. You see how you look in what you want to buy before you buy it. Those of us that are into anime, you also know that there is nothing like mannequins for anime. You go to Yaba, you go to any market, you don't see mannequins for anime that they put anime costumes. Or you just use your normal clothes. But this industry is big, and you'll be wondering, why has nobody thought of this? You don't need to wonder again. No. Next slide. AI in esports. Now, we have an automated platform that will help you organize your esports just from typing. So you know what kind of structure you want to use to play a tournament, to organize a tournament. Also on the platform, you're able to organize tournaments for people like yourself. Next slide, please.
Laddie, you've used 2 extra minutes.
And this is what you do. This is how our website. Next slide, please. Let me just skip to the many sweeter parts. Next slide, please. Traction. So yes, we already have a community of over 6,000 gamers available. We have hosted over 150 tournaments, both physical tournaments. They call physical tournaments LAN and online tournaments. We've also been trusted with a lot of live events. So like this that's streaming to YouTube now, we've handled things like that before. Next slide, please. Market strategy, influencer partnerships. Next slide, please. These are some of the people we've partnered with. Just some of them. Next slide, please. And this is our competition. These are the people we are competing with. Our major competitor is Carry First. These guys are like the Garena of Africa. So they are bringing games to Africa. Well, we're not in that. So like I said, there is nobody that is our direct competitor in the world as at now. Next slide, please. And this is our team. This is me. This is the person I use for the anime something. So don't worry, I have a permission. I know it's the picture online. Then this is the third guy out there. Next slide, please. Why us? Well, we've worked in this industry for the past 4-5 years. Personally, I've been there for 7 years. So I have the experience. I have the know-how. I basically, well, don't let me hype myself, but we are the best. Next slide, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you. Next in line is Emmanuel Benson, Campus Bridge. 5 minutes. 1:35, you should be stepping down. Or 1:36.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so my name is Emmanuel, and I represent Campus Bridge. So to start, I'm going to start with a scripture. Yes, I know. Matthew chapter 5, verse 14 says, "A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." So my question comes, okay, we are going to represent us students as cities. So what hills can we use how can we set ourselves on hills? Right? That brings the question of visibility. A lot of students have things they do. In fact, everyone here has something they can do with their hands. And the problem is they don't know how to show themselves. I'm going to take myself for example. In my 200 level, that was when I finished learning graphics design, like the course and everything. But the problem was I didn't know how to showcase my skills or anything. There was basically no means for me to show myself. But yes, and that was the challenge. Studio, please, could you move to the next slide? That was the challenge. How can students be visible with their skills? How do people that have things, people that can do things, how do they show themselves? And that's where we come in. Campus Bridge. Campus Bridge serves as a platform that allows people to be visible what they do. I know that a lot of people here can negotiate. Even, negotiating is a skill. But the question now is that, okay, how do I show people that I can negotiate? Now, I know what comes to your mind is something like, let's say, Upwork or Fiverr. And the question now comes, why don't I just use them? But what we are bringing is specific. We are bringing this platform tailored specifically for university campuses. It's a platform that enables students to show themselves to their fellow students. It's that kind of platform where you go and you see people that you know. At least it's not, let's say you give someone your work on Fiverr and they are running away with what you gave them. No. This one, you're seeing familiar faces. It's a platform that enables people to build visibility. I know we're all interested in visibility. It's a major challenge in our setting right now, in our community right now. And this is the solution that our platform is bringing, the issue of visibility for students. Studio, please, could you move to the next slide? Let me just talk about the target market. Okay, so for the target market is majorly the undergraduates and postgraduate students, because I believe that if we can make a platform that is tailored for university students, I believe it will foster collaborations. It would improve people's ability to be professionals. So if you can build that, if you can foster it in university campuses, I know that we'll go to high extents. So looking at the size of the market, move to the next slide, please. There are over 2.5 million students in Nigeria as we speak. So this is our attainable market. Moving on to the number of students in West Africa, there are about 40 million students in West Africa. So if you can get this to the different campuses, different university campuses in West Africa, it will go a long way. Then looking at Africa as a whole, there are over 120 million students in Africa. Please move to the next slide, where I talked about timing. The question of timing is, why are you bringing this thing now? Like, why? And I said, there's no better time to bring this. Our number one issue as people with skills or people that can do things is visibility. And I believe that if it is tailored to a community specifically, we'll go somewhere. Okay, please move to the next slide. Partnerships. We currently have MOUs with companies like Hebron Plus, Creatives Connect, and Apex. Please move to the next slide. Revenue model. How do we make money from this thing? Because I know that is the key thing there in every business. So we charge commission for every job that someone does. We collect 12.5%. Then there is also the subscription service, and there is paid ads. Please move to the next slide. That is direct competitors. So currently, we don't have anybody that is doing this kind of thing for university campuses, which is what makes our startup unique. Then indirect competitors, that's where you have things like Fiverr, you have Upwork, you have other freelancer services. Those are indirect competitors. Next slide is future roadmap. So basically what I do here, or what I showed here, is to show how we move. So by the first quarter of next year, we would have enrolled at least 250 users with a revenue of 100,000 naira.
Thank you so much. Okay. Your time is up.
We currently have about 117 users on our waiting list. So if you move further, you see our team. My name is Emmanuel Benson, development team. I have my team over there, right there. We have Flowers, we have Wisdom, and Adura Daniel Wana. Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for him. Next in line is Ojuma Jerry Akwape. Please, Chris Udonsi, CUCC researchers, please be on standby.
All right, studio. Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ojuma Jerry, and I'm here. I'll be introducing you to Aquapay. Next slide. Here. There's a new oil in Africa, and it's not fuel, diesel, or kerosene. Africa's most valuable resource is its talents. According to World Economic Forum, Africa's talent economy grew from 230 million as of 2010 to 420 million as of 2020. That shows a huge market opportunity for us to tap into. Next slide, studio. But we understood that for us to solve the problem of the African talent economy, we really needed to understand what their challenges were. And that's why we did a survey early last year in 2022. And we found out some very pertinent issues. One was that people had issues with receiving payments from abroad. How many of us work remotely here? Awesome, awesome. So I've been working remotely since 2017, and I've had same issues with receiving payments from abroad, right? And that's one of the core vital challenges we saw when we did our initial case study. And also, a segment of them said they find it hard to land remote jobs. So there are a lot of skilled African talents, but the major concern is, how am I going to get these global remote jobs that pay me in foreign currencies, and how can I improve the livelihood of my families? Next slide, studio. So we streamlined our research to understand the pain points of these users. And for African talents, we found out that receiving payments was one vital issue they had, and also getting remote jobs from global companies was the second issue. For businesses, global businesses found it hard to pay to African talents, and global businesses found it hard to hire quality talents in Africa. And this was where we decided to start Aquapay. Next slide, studio. Market validation. So we understood that before we started this project or this company, we needed to do some market validation to also validate our idea and also validate this project. And as of 2019, there was over $50.1 billion in remittances to Nigeria. And as of 2020, there was 64.2. Next slide, let's skip this. Yeah, so the product at Aquapay, we're enabling African talents go global and global businesses access the local African markets. We do this in three seamless ways. One, we ensure African talents get paid from anywhere they are in the world in 46 different currencies. So whether you're working for a company in India, in China, in Mozambique, in Croatia, in US, UK, Canada, you make sure you get paid. And we're supporting 46 different global currencies. Also, receiving payments in multi-currencies. And for global businesses, because we're more of like a B2B and B2C, for global businesses, we are building an online vetting platform whereby you can hire African talents, skilled and vetted African talents with our partner institutions. You can all go on your phone right now and search aquapay.com and see more about us. Next slide. Yeah, so our revenue model, first of all, for every transaction or for every payment, we charge a 1.5% transaction fee. Aside from that, for global companies that want to hire from Africa, we charge 5% of their yearly pay to their users. So for example, if you get a global job and we link you to them and you're being paid like $100K per year, we get a commission of $5,000 for linking that African talent to the global company. Then also for global brands that want to integrate our payment system, we charge 1.25% on our API integrations. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so what's our traction so far? We launched in 2022, our beta in Q4. So far, we have 384 users registered across 3 countries. We've processed over $15,000 in payments, and we joined the 10,000 Faces Accelerator last year, November. Next slide. So what exactly is the impact we're trying to make? First of all, for economic impact, we're increasing the earning power of the African youths and driving foreign direct investments into Africa. Also, we are creating global job opportunities for Africans and by Africans. Social impact by reducing inequalities and making sure African talent can compete on a global scale. Also, we are reduction in crime rates and also social vices. Environmental impact is that we are creating sustainable cities through global jobs. Next slide, please. Customer acquisition through referral programs, freelance businesses, online marketing. Next slide. Roadmap. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so this is our team. We have over 2 decades of experience. I was very intentional when we were setting up this team. Christine was the former head of TapTapSend. I have experience in KPMG. I'm also serving as the African Development Bank Youth Ambassador here in Nigeria. I also serve as the UNICEF Youth Ambassador in Nigeria. I've also had experiences working with Microsoft on freelance projects and a couple of other global companies. Michael is currently based in Canada and is formerly the city of Otasu, who serves as our CTO now. And Omar was previously at Goldman Sachs and also a LinkedIn marketing insider, and she works as leading our partnerships and marketing team. Thank you very much.
Please a round of applause for him. Thank you so much, Ojuma, for that beautiful presentation. Please put your hands together as I invite Chris Udonse, CUCC researchers. 5 minutes, please. Please, let's try and keep to time.
CC, please help with my slides. So I actually love a lot of coincidences. This morning, Professor Iwela actually talked about how to improve research. Funny thing, I was actually supposed to present yesterday, CUCC researchers, which takes a new innovative look at research in general. But what are we doing? First of all, we saw problems in the need for CU achieving its Vision 7-2030 goals with research. We also saw that students needed to improve, to get training and improve on skills, especially relating to research. We also saw that CU is a toxic environment. What do I refer to a toxic environment? Meaning that they don't fully make use of the facilities, equipment, and the support available from staff and other technicians. I personally am working on a research on carbon capture, and the one question I keep being asked over and over again is, why is a 200-level student in computer engineering conducting research in carbon capture? I've heard it from my level advisor, from everyone. So what I am doing right now, along with the founder, which is not present at the moment, we are working on an open community. Please, next slide. We are working on an open community where students, lecturers, supervisors, external researchers, investors, whoever, whatever, comes together for the sake of research. But of course, that would not be enough because as of now, less than 10% of the population of Covenant University actually contributes to the research. Yes, the research is high quality, but that is not enough as what would be done by the remaining 90%, over 90%. So we focused on two things. One, in order to sensitize, that will sensitize and support undergraduates through the entire research process, and also will change the entire research process through applied research. I define applied research as taking what you have done in your research paper to the next level. For example, you are working on, let's just say, carbon capture, like my own project. How do you take that to the next level? After you've developed like a material, after what I'm working on is based on material analysis for carbon capture. But of course, I decided to not stop there. I take it to the next level through AutoCAD, going into the mechanical engineering aspect. I take it into the computer engineering aspect by designing Arduinos that will help with the carbon capture monitoring. I just put a bunch of fields together, bring them together, and make it applied in a way that would make it easier to be used by the industry. Right now, in carbon capture, for example, I keep talking about carbon capture because there's a lot of carbon capture. Yes, it's a big problem, but the industries right now that are making use of it are using an amine. And the way they release that amine, say the CO2 that's been captured, is by heating it up. Heating amines is a big problem, but mostly they don't care. The regulations are poor for it. So I'm thinking of ways to actually replace that. And that is my direction with CUCC researchers. Sorry, I don't really have time. On to market validation. We also noticed that all the top universities, MIT, Oxford, Boston University, Yale, Harvard, anyone you can name up, think of among the top universities, have similar flexible research operations and activities and associations, but not as flexible as this. But of course, if you actually look at Covenant University alone, you see that we have the Google Developer Studios Clubs, we have the Hebron Startup Lab, good evening, sir. But what makes our own association different? Our association focuses, like I said, on applied research. Mostly I know a lot of people that have come to me with problems, with ideas like, I don't know if he might be around. David came to me about creating a miniaturized dam, and I also know some people that are working on some weird, wacky projects like hoverboards. How do they get funding? That is why I brought up the CUCC researchers, and I actually talked to them to actually join CUCC researchers. So our product is through trainings, boot camps, hackathons, research undertakings, publications, patents.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. Okay, so let me just scroll to change to the team. So my name is Chris Udonsi, and I am the assistant lead of CUCC researchers. My lead is Joseph Henry, but she's not around at the moment.
We praise God. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful presentation. Let's make welcome Nwosu Tehila. Nwosu Tehila, Swaft. Swaft? Swaft. 5 minutes, please.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to recognize the presence of everyone seated here today. My name is Nwosu Tehila, a computer science student in 200 level, and today I bring you Swapped. Can I have the slides, please? Okay. So while we wait for the media, Swapped, our story begins with a 17-year-old girl and her prom dress. One day, it's an amazing night filled with music and dancing. She's savoring the last few moments of high school with the most gorgeous dress you could possibly imagine. A few months down the line, she's a Covenant University fresher with no wardrobe space and a 50,000 naira problem, formerly known as a prom dress. I am that girl, and so is everyone here seated today. I'm pretty sure... I'm pretty sure that we all have those clothing items that maybe we either bought impulsively or for a one-time event. Those Owambe dresses we never wore again. Those graduation suits that we never wore again. And there are so many people like that. In other cases, it could be clothing items that are no longer your size, or maybe your style could have advanced. What do we do in those situations? I remember searching endlessly for a solution to my problem. Called everyone I knew. Oh, where could I sell off this dress? What do I do about this? All this to no avail. It was in that moment that my EDS instinct kicked in and Swapped was conceived. Now, Swapped is a trifunctional operation. The first subdivision of Swapped I'll be talking about is Swap Declutter. Here, users bring in their clothing items and they are able to sell them on our platform in exchange for a 10% commission. Now, Swapped Declutter works hand in hand with Swap Thrift because the clothes from the declutter section are sold in Swap Thrift. Now, Swap Core, where all the magic happens. Swap Core has been restricted to physical events. This is where people purchase tickets, swap tickets to get access into a physical venue. And they bring an unlimited amount of clothing items. It could be 5, it could be 20, unlimited amount of clothing items. And they could swap for other clothing items in the same clothing category or the same value range. Okay, moving on to the next slide, please. This is just a mock-up of how our site is. Yeah, Swap Declutter, Swap Thrift, Swap Core. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Now, our markets. Last semester, I conducted a survey in Covenant University to validate my idea. And I was able to find 28 people who bought the idea of Swap Express and were willing to purchase Swap Core tickets even in that moment. I went ahead to conduct another survey on my Instagram page in Abuja, and many people reached out to me, getting ready to declutter their items and buy tickets for a Swap Core event. Next slide, please. You could see DMs of different people reaching out to me. Next slide, please. Now, why Swapped? First of all, Swapped is cost-effective in the sense that the money you would spend to purchase one ticket, you could get a new wardrobe change because you'd be emptying your wardrobe of stuff, taking up space, and getting an entirely different batch. Now, the same thing for Eliminate Waste. Your decluttered items, those clothing items that you're not using anymore, instead of them wasting away in your wardrobes, you get to sell them off and get money back from it and build community. This is one of the most important for me because our Swap Core events give people the opportunity to meet a variety of people and it's a fun-loving environment. Next slide, please. Now, this is a huge task. So I can tell you that we have a more than capable team. I am the CEO of Swapped, and I am a project and event manager. I possess the ability to manage people and execute events adequately. On our team, we have a full-stack developer, Dosmu Ronald, a 300-level computer science student who is a full-stack developer, and he has many years of professional experience with building interactive products. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was straight to the point. We appreciate you for that. Next is Bauru. I hope I didn't murder the name. Raphael. You have the floor. 5 minutes, please. You'll be talking about study body. Study body. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Baurun Kwauti Raphael, and I'm in 200 level computer science. So I'll be presenting study body. Studio, the slides, please. It all started in my SS3. I was like, in my university, I'm going to build an application which helps me read, which makes my academics interesting, and study body came about. So I would like to take everyone on a thought process, right? So now, the first question is, why is social media very addictive? Why are we so interested in social media? One can spend about many hours on social media without feeling much effect. And the next question is, are we hooked? Are we hooked to our devices? Why are we so interested in this handheld device? And the next is, video the slides, please. Okay. And the next slide. Next slide. Okay. Why do students experience academic apathy? Why are they not interested in their books? Why is it that when they pick up their books, they don't feel interested in it? Next slide. Research has it that 43% of students display academic apathy, while over 95% are so much interested in social media. Yes, I get it. Social media is very interesting, and schoolwork, academic work is more of a burden, right? So next slide. Is there a way we can exchange academic apathy for academic interest in the lives of every single student? Every average student? Yes, there is a way out. Next slide. That's where Study Buddy comes in. Next slide. So Study Buddy is a SaaS. It's a software as a service, which aims at making the academic journey of students interesting through various processes. We looked at the next slide. We looked at the models of this social media, how they send signals directly to our brains, why we are so interested in it, and we want to model that into the academic sector. So aside Study Buddy being a platform where you can take your notes on, you can take your notes on, it has some key features that will make the academic journey of students interesting. Next slide. Okay. No, sorry, the previous one. Gamified learning. You know, social media now, there is something on Snapchat. How many of us are familiar with streaks? Yeah, we're all interested. You know, when you see streaks, oh, I kept a 300-day streak, you don't want to break it. So if there is a medium where, as you study, there is a reward system. I know on GitHub, I am a front-end developer. I use GitHub, and there is this, I think I recently got Pool Shack, a badge. So these things make the whole journey interesting. People will be more interested in learning. The next is the dynamic learning tools, importing flashcards, quiz creation tools, reminder quizzes and notifications. So now the quiz creation tools, you can be able to create your quizzes. You can be able to generate your quizzes, generate your questions, and be able to answer them. Then the reminder quizzes, as I'm using my device, a pop-up notification can just come up, oh, what is a noun? And I can, from time to time, type that, and it's more of, gives me active recall. Then collaborative study, you can study with your mates. Your feedback will be shared to your mates just to keep the environment healthy and interactive. Next slide. A progress tracking system where the app will be linked to your school materials so that it can track what you've done and what you've not done and give you feedback on, oh, this is the level you are and this is the level you are supposed to be on, such that you don't lag in any single area of your course. And the last, this cannot be complete without the use of, next slide, without the use of AI. We have been talking about AI since the beginning of this meeting, since the beginning of this session, and AI is very important. Okay, as I'm reading my notes, my slides, or I can just highlight a question, ask the AI to explain to me, and sort of making it interactive and interesting. So, in conclusion, someone said that you can take a horse to the river to drink water, but you cannot force it. But I don't believe. What if you add salt to its food, to its hay? As it's going, it runs. When it gets to the river, it is dehydrated. And when it gets to the I'm sorry. When it gets to the water, it's dehydrated and it drinks. So it's more of making it interesting. We want to make academics interesting. And next slide. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was brilliantly done. Thank you. Please, a round of applause again for all our startup presenters. If you were here on the first day, this is an important announcement for all the presenters that were on stage a few minutes ago, all our startup presenters. Endeavor to register, very important, to be included in this competition. Make sure you register at the front desk. There's a place there for you. Also, your judges are anonymous. There's no particular person who is favoring anybody. So it's an open grading system. So please endeavor to be here tomorrow where the results will be announced. Thank you so much. All right, so if you were here yesterday where the chair LOC explained to us this, what this symposium symbolizes, she mentioned that it was a complete revolution, urging us to think beyond the traditional boundaries of innovation. She said that this symposium challenges us to envision a future where creativity knows no bounds. And you'll agree with me that our startup presenters demonstrated just that. A round of applause again for them. They did so well, so well. We are really proud of you. And this event would not have been possible without collaborators, partners, sponsors. And at this point, we'll be taking 2 of our partner-sponsored sessions. Put your hands together as I welcome the representative of a SOTA Consult to speak briefly for 5 minutes to us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please permit me to allow the existing protocols observed, please. We are a SOTA Consult Limited. We came into this business about 25 years ago. We are into marketing of scientific, laboratory, construction of laboratory, and other laboratory consumables. By the grace of God, we believe in righteousness. We believe in sales, service after sales. We believe in quality because our second name, a lot of our customers call us the quality. Though we, the owner, we call ourselves a SOTA Consult Limited. Because if it is not anything quality, don't come into it. By the special grace of God, I have never been associated with anything inferior when it comes to research equipment. I came into it when one professor Akinwande of College of Medicine, biochemistry department precisely, and some of his lieutenants, Mrs. Tutu Abiola and they were running some researches, and they wanted to freeze dry a particular specimen. But one big company, well known in Nigeria here, gave them one equipment. Please, I am a businessman. I'm not here to condemn our businesses. And the equipment didn't work. They spent close to 3 months on that freeze drying alone. You know, nebulizer. It didn't work. They had to call me and say, sir, we have heard about you in 2 other universities. Can you give us an equipment? That was the beginning of knowing the word. We bring in equipment from Europe, though a lot of countries in Europe now go to China. If you see some equipment from China, please don't condemn it. But there you still have some Nigerians, they will take a particular product in Nigeria here. I may have supplied heating mantle. They will say, okay, please, this is the kind of heating mantle that is moving in Nigeria. They will take it to China. My friend, produce this heating mantle for me. The Chinese will tell him, give us $10. They'll say, no. If we buy it $10 here, in Nigeria, we will not be able to sell it. Give us the one of $1. Yes, they will give it to you. They will produce it for them. And it will come here. Some will demonically remove the paper, the label from it, and label it on their own. But because they have made that name, you think, oh, this is a very big company, you start using it. After a while, little fault it will come up. And it can never be repaired. Because there you see some of them made up of plastics. And once there is an error, no matter how good the engineer is, you can't find them. We go to companies and we go to universities who really want good materials, good equipment for themselves. And we have seasoned engineers. I am not saying that, yes, if you bring equipment from Germany, if you bring equipment from England, if you bring equipment from Japan, it will not go bad. With time, especially with this Nigerian fluctuating power, it may certainly go down. But what is your ability to put it in order? And when will your marketer or your businessman, when you call the person, how soon will the person respond? That is where we come in. We are very, very flexible, very rapid, then very, very accommodating. The level you are will tell you, if this equipment is not going to work for you, please go for another one. We'll look at what you are into. Tell us, we'll tell you, this equipment is not precisely produced or meant for this. Because that too will give some researchers error in their end results. Because when you are using some equipment that are not meant for that particular research, it will not give you a very positive result. Our address is located in Oshodi here. We are not too far. And we sell things quality, please. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. That was beautiful. Thank you. Next in line is Belmark Investment. Belmark Investment Limited. Please make welcome the representative of that company. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. It's my pleasure to be here with you. And I want to really appreciate everyone that has spoken before. I must say I'm completely thrilled by what I've heard here today. And I would just say I want to pray for the students who have really brought up a lot of innovation. I wish we had this in our days. And completely moved. But my pain is that, and also a prayer, that everything you're bringing on board will not just stop here in the school, will transit to help the economy. Because in my time as an engineer, I did elect. Before inverter became a thing in Nigeria, one of my students, one of our colleagues, because our project defense, you don't just write thesis, you actually come up with a gadget and you have to defend it. Then we had an inverter, working inverter. We had a transmitter, but he ended up on the table. And he never passed that table. But I pray yours will go beyond the walls of the school. Now, I'm a representative from Belmark. I'm the tech director. We produce and also supply laboratory equipment or biomedical products. and also consumables like, I would say one of our boss who just spoke just now. A lot of things are going on within the sphere of purchasing and installation of biomedical and laboratory equipment. But we at Belmark Investment will try to make sure that we give you what will work. Not just give you a product and at the end of the day we are off. It's not just about selling. It's about partnering with schools. It's about delivering what will work. And by God's grace, we have a lot of references here and there. I just came in from Akure to revamp some of the equipment in Futa and so on. And one of our core work is to make sure that if you can't bring it in, if we can produce it here, we're also going to manufacture it. We produce anything that can be done locally. It's not just about bringing in, selling foreign product. We also produce. We had to produce some of the equipment that is being used in Lagos State University, one of their departments there. They said they needed it. We tried to bring it in. It was difficult. It's okay. I looked at it, checked what is being used for, and looked at the materials we have in Nigeria. Can it be done? And that we had to, find a way to bring it up. And when we presented to the school, they said, this is exactly what we want. So at Belmark, if it can be done locally with best materials, you will get it. You will get it. And we also try to, we also try to repair whatever you have. If we can have materials to do it here, we will do it. And if we need to bring it in, we'll make sure that we get it done. So at Belmark, we don't leave stones unturned. If we supply, even if it is not your fault, even if it's, even if it's your fault, we are there for after-sales service to make sure that the products are working and in good order. So whenever you need any laboratory equipment, or you need consumables, or you need to fix your laboratory equipment, or you need to revamp or rebuild a new laboratory, we'll be there to stand by you and make sure that you are up and running. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, a round of applause again for him. Thank you so much for keeping to time. Right away, we'll be receiving one of Covenant's very unique personality, the Director of African Leadership Center of Development Center, ALDC, in the person of Dr. Lanre Amodu. He is an associate professor in the Department of Mass Communication, an author, and a public speaker with great passion to bring out the best in people. He'll be taking us this masterclass session captioned Elevator Pitch Training. Please, let's keep an open heart as he takes the podium. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon. I'd like to acknowledge Professor Iwela, Professor Ogunlano, and all the distinguished personalities that are here. I acknowledge all the partners here and past speakers and everyone, distinguished colleagues and senior colleagues that are here. I want to say that this program has been a very, very interesting one. I'm sure you'll wonder how I know, since I've not been here physically. But I've watched it from the start, since yesterday, and all the sessions this morning I've also seen. So it's been very, very enlightening, and I've enjoyed myself thoroughly. So please put your hands together for yourselves for being part of this program. Thank you very much. I want to acknowledge Bristol Scientific, who's partnering with this particular session. And I hope that you'll be able to learn one or two things. The topic I'll be working with, thank you, Studio, is selling yourself with effective elevator speech. And this is how to present yourself, how to make sure that you create the best impression that people can learn from. One thing I have discovered over the years is that success is not necessarily based on talent. It's not based on how well, in fact, sometimes not based on how hard you work. It is based on your ability to present yourself effectively to people who need to make decisions about you. So you can have all the gifts and all the talents, but if you don't come before people who will make decisions about you, or you come across as not being so serious, they may not actually choose you above other persons that are available. So that is one very, very important thing. Imagine all the researches that ended up in the cupboard or on the table because they could not be sold. Imagine innovative ideas that ended up on a shelf because the ideas could not be pushed. Now imagine musics that were sung and recorded and nobody listened to. Imagine all of those. So the idea is, how do you present yourself so that people can learn about you? I want to begin by telling you the story about perception. Several years ago, I came across a research. It was a psychology research. And the research was to measure how people perceive things. So the idea was this. People were asked to volunteer. And from the story, this young man volunteered, and he was asked to enter a room. When he entered the room, he saw 10 seats available, and 9 people were already seated. So he was the last person, and he was asked to join. So he sat down. When they were seated, they were introduced, and they were told that, see, the program is about to start. He said, fine. And then they said, this is the experiment. They gave them a ruler. The ruler was this long. Can everybody see my hand? The ruler was this long. And then they said, take a look at this ruler. Okay, we want you to observe it very carefully. They handed it over to the first person. The person looked at it, checked the size, the height, and all of that. Are you satisfied? Said yes. Pass it on to the next person. And they passed it on from number 1 to number 10. When they were done, they went on break for a few minutes. And then they came back. Then they brought a ruler that was this long. Can you see the difference? They handed over the ruler to the first person and they asked, is this the same ruler you saw the first time? He looked at it and said, oh, yes, definitely. They gave it to the second person and the person says, it looks like it. Yeah, it is. They gave it to the third, the fourth, the fifth, up to the ninth. And the person looked at it and said, oh, definitely, I'm sure. When it got to the 10th person, he was confused. This is not the ruler I saw. This is way smaller. But can 9 persons be blind? 9 people cannot be stupid now. So they asked, is this the same ruler you saw? He said yes. And then the experiment was over. What he did not realize was that the 9 people were control experiments. Them agreed on what to say. It was his own perception that was being measured. So which means he was actually the subject of research. And what were they trying to prove? Your decision is not based on right or wrong. It is based on so many factors that are around you. Number 1, interacting with people around you and not wanting to look stupid. Number 2, based on information you have received. You know the Bible says that faith comes by hearing, right? And when you hear 9 persons says yes, 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 when it comes to you, you don't want to say no. Otherwise, it's where are you coming from? What I'm saying is this. When it comes to making a decision about your research, when it comes to making a decision about your innovation, it will be subject to people's perception, not necessarily right or wrong. So what we're talking about is making the best impression so that people can make the right decision about you. Are we good? Very good. Now, you'll do something very little for me before we start. Will you please look to your right and to your left and introduce yourself to somebody very, very briefly? I am very serious about this, so I'm timing you. You have 30 seconds to do this. Introduce yourself to someone by your right and by your left. You have 30 seconds. And the time is going. The time is going. Introduce yourself. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time up. Okay, thank you very much. How was that? Awesome, right? Okay, let's hope that you think it is still awesome by the time you hear what I want to say next. I want you to write down 5 things that you can remember from the person who just introduced himself to you. Shebi, it was awesome, Abi. Now. 5 things, very quickly, that you can remember. Don't ask again, no. Introduction has ended, though. Don't ask again. 5 things that you can remember from the introduction that was just shared now. And don't write information you know about the person before. Because now you will beef it up with what you knew. From the information you got now, 5 things. Not up to 5. Okay. Let's count down. How many people were able to get 5? Can I see your hands up? 5? Okay. Okay, good. How many people got 4? You got at least 4 things. All right. How many people got 3? Still not a majority. How many people got 2? Okay, 2. How many people got 1? Some people did not raise their hand at all. Can you at least remember the name of the person sitting next to you? Now, you see, what we just did now is what we call elevator speech. But before we go on, let me quickly tell you what we'll be doing. In the brief moment that I have, we'll be defining what elevator speech is. We'll be talking about why it is important, why it's relevant. We'll look at fallacies, what people believe about it that is not true. We'll look at models of it, and of course, what next? So, what is elevator speech? What you have just done right now, within 30 seconds, is an idea of what an elevator speech is. So, an elevator speech is not speech you have in the elevator. Let us clear that right now. All right? It is not speech that is restricted to the elevator. Don't mind the name. The idea is this. It is a speech that is brief, that is detailed, that is short, concise. So you make information available to someone within the time that it takes to ride in an elevator. The concept is this. Supposing you bump into someone that you have been praying to meet, someone that you have been looking forward to meet, and all you have is just 30 seconds. You just enter into an elevator and you met the person there. And all you have is between now and when you reach the next floor to make sense. Will you be able to? That is the idea of an elevator speech. So it's supposed to be as short as that. Actually, some say it can be longer, but you don't need it to even be that long. Okay? So that is what we'll be talking about, and we'll move very quickly. Let's quickly talk about the relevance of elevator speech. Why is it relevant? Number 1, for first impression. They usually say the first impression lasts the longest. There are some people who you met who did not put up their best behavior, or it was not under the best circumstances. Even if you got to change your mind about them somewhere along the line, you never forgot about the first time you saw them. So you don't get a second time to make a first impression. So elevator speech is you walking up to somebody and connecting with the person for the first time. Whatever impression the person has about you is what the person takes away. Now, okay. You know, my presentation is one in which I get to make you uncomfortable on this side of the aisle. So let's just say that it's not one where you relax and hear. It's one where I get to engage you too. So please, can you just open your note right now and write down the first impression you want people to meet, just to have of you. Just have a picture in your mind of someone you want to sell your idea to. A research. You have a body you want to fund your project, fund your research. What kind of impression do you want them to have about you? Can you just write it down? Can you just write it down? What impression do you want people to have about you? Have we been able to do that? Good. Now we move on. The next one, efficient communication. Can you please look around and see everybody in this room? Can you just look around and see everybody? Can you see? Can you see? Okay. Now imagine we're on coffee break and it is just about 15 minutes and everyone in this room wants to speak with you. How many minutes do you think it will take to have an interaction with every single person here? And the question is, how many of those conversations will you remember? Have people introduced themselves to you before and they told you your name, their name, and by the time you walk away, you can't even remember the name they told you? Has it happened to you before? Yeah, I can tell. Even looking at your faces, I can tell. The truth is, I'm guilty too. When you have a lot of things in your mind, and somebody just introduces himself to you, by the time you walk away, there's a tendency for the name not to even stick. Now, when we're talking about effective communication, all right, we're talking about the need for you to be able to say the most within the shortest time. Save the person's time. All right? If you have an opportunity to pitch an idea, don't start with your great-grandfather. All right? Unless the idea was passed down directly and it can be linked. You don't have to tell us about how you grew up unless it is significantly related to what you are talking about. So when you have the opportunity to speak, context may not be necessary. Somebody says, no, you don't understand. Say, sorry, can you just tell me what? No, sir, you will not understand. I need to tell you where I'm coming from so that you can get what I'm trying to say. No, see, forget about where you're coming from. Just tell me what you need, sir. No, sir. You will appreciate it more by the time I tell you the story. No, I don't have the time to hear the story. Just go straight. I wish I can tell you the story. Now, the story is the context. We don't need the story. We need to go straight to the point. So that is effective and efficient communication. The next one is networking. Why is it relevant? When you are at an event like this, you are looking for who to connect with that has mutual interest. You go to a conference, you go to an exhibition, you go to somewhere where you are putting out product. It is not everybody there that is important to you. But there are people you want to connect with. So the time you have to connect with them is a brief moment, particularly when so many other persons want to speak with them. Imagine all the persons that are presented here today, and the moment they stepped out, somebody here wants to talk to them and connect. The presentation that was made, the panel discussion where the issue of cancer came up, and the questions, I noticed that majority of the questions that were asked were in that direction. Okay, now imagine that she stepped out and most people follow. The question is, how many people will she get to listen to? In what way can you meaningfully connect? So that is another thing. The next one is business development. You have a beautiful idea like the startups that have made their presentations today, and you need somebody to invest in your idea. How do you present yourself? The last one is self-reflection. A lot of people have not conceived, they have not taken enough time to look inward. If I ask you right now that what is your strength that you want to market in just one word, you would notice that you have to think deep before you arrive at it. Sometimes when you come before that person that you want to speak to, that is when you start to grope around for words. So elevator speeches help you to reflect on yourself and to think about what you want to tell people. So if you have the opportunity of making just one sentence, what will it be? So these are the reasons why elevator speeches are very important. Now let's talk about the fallacies. Number one, people think that elevator speech is about details. No. As a matter of fact, detail will be a liability if you have to say too much. It's about relevance. Of all the things that you say, how much of it affects me? That is the importance of elevator speech. Or pitch. So you're trying to sell an idea. Everything you're saying may not make a meaning to me. The question is, how relevant is it? So that is number one. Number two, that it's about now. You know we talk about 30 seconds. So somebody thinks that elevator speech is about right now. I want to deliver it now. I want to get attention now. You are wrong. Elevator speech is about future. 30 seconds is not enough for you to seal a lifetime deal. You are trying to make impression so that you can get an appointment. Did somebody hear what I'm saying? The reason for the elevator speech or pitch is to attract attention, is to win favor so that the person can say, I like this idea, let's carry the conversation forward. It is not because of now, it is because of later. So the success of your pitch is not in the 30 seconds, but what comes after. So it's not about now, it's about later. So all you're trying to do is to make an impression that gives you a second hearing, and perhaps a third. The next one is it's about you. You are wrong. All you're thinking about is your innovation. All you are thinking about is your research. But let me ask you this question. Let us try to be very objective. Do you think that a sponsor woke up this morning and all they had in their mind was your name? They are thinking that they are coming to an event like this because you will pitch an idea to them that they don't even know exists, and they already have money ready to sponsor your research or to sponsor your product? The answer is no. If they come here, they have come here for their own purpose, not for you. So, whoever it is that you are chasing after is actually chasing after somebody else. When you go to a networking event and you see very high-level donors and investors and researchers, as you are looking for them, they are also looking for a category of people. Did somebody hear what I'm saying? The question is, do you belong to that category? That is where the issue is. So a lot of times, we don't ask ourselves, what do those people need? You have to be what they need for them to need you. You are thinking so much about my pitch. This is the idea that I have. This is the business that I want to do. The question is, how does the business connect with me? Why should I care? So by the time you are done pitching, if I can't see myself in that presentation, I'll say, beautiful presentation. But we're not looking in that direction right now. Maybe in future. And that will be the end of the conversation. So now, I want to give you another task right now. Can you think of somebody you are trying to attract? Can you think of the kind of person that you want to sponsor your research? It can even be Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It can be anyone. Can you ask yourself right now, please write it down, what do you think they need? Because it is not about you, it's about them. The question is, I have an innovation, but how does my innovation solve their problem? If it does not solve their problem, they are not interested. Are we good? Are we good? Very good. The next one is that it is a fallacy that an elevator speech is impromptu. Because we say it is 30 seconds, because we say you bump into the person, that gives you an impression that it is unprepared for. Wrong. You will discover now that if you have not prepared for it ahead of time, you cannot deliver it under pressure. Did somebody hear what I just said now? An elevator speech is what you prepare for, hoping you will meet the person you are looking for. It is not what you prepare when you meet the person. So it is not impromptu. By the time we go through the process right now, you will find out the specific things you need. And those things are not things you can easily think up unless you are used to it. And then the last point is that somebody thinks that my elevator pitch must be the same. Again, you are wrong. Depending on who you are trying to attract, you will continue to modify it. What you use for a particular organization may not be what you use for another organization because their focus is different. Can somebody understand what I'm saying? So every single time your pitch must evolve depending on who you are trying to attract. So it is not the same. Now, can we echo it together, please, everyone? What's the first fallacy? Hey, let me be sure you are still awake. What's the first fallacy? Very good. What's the second one? Very good. The third one? How about the fourth? And the fifth? Very good. Please put your hands together for yourselves. You're doing an excellent job. Now, let's get to the model. What exactly does an elevator pitch look like? And I'm going to do a demonstration for you, okay? We'll start from the base and go all the way up. So, introduction. Tell us your name and what you do, your designation. My name is Dr. Lanre Amadou. I'm the director of the Africa Leadership Development Center of Covenant University. The problem, what is the concern? You know how inventors and researchers stand before that person they have been hoping to meet, and all of a sudden they are tongue-tied. You know how they start to say everything except what is relevant, and then when they walk away, they feel bad for things they should have said and they did not say. Now that is a problem. What are you offering? I help people in such category to gain confidence and put their thoughts together so that they can present the best of their thoughts to their target audience. Now, let's talk about process. How do I do that? I achieve this through a very simple model that taps into the wealth of knowledge of the person and helps them to present it in a six-step model. Six-step process. Result. We have found out that people who use our product or our process, they achieve about 40% results. They gain attention more. People are willing to listen to them. And for about 70% of people that have used this process, they have gotten a call for a second appointment. What is the ask? I don't know if you would want to have an opportunity to improve the way you speak, the way you put your thoughts together. I don't know whether you would actually want to get a second appointment with that person you've been wanting to meet so that they can actually sign you up and invest in your idea. So, what do you think about this? Ladies and gentlemen, we have gone from step 1 to what step now? 6. And all of the things I have said, I am not so sure that it's up to 30 seconds. Of course, I paused to explain. But did somebody understand the process I just took right now? Now, let's take it for research. My name is Dr. Lanre Amadou. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Mass Communication. All right? Problem. Organizations are seriously adopting AI these days, but they are not thinking about the customer end of how it applies. You know how a lot of people a lot of data is out there. While they are acting as though they care about the ethical part of it, there is the public relation angle that they are not looking at, which is my field actually. Offer. We can help you take into consideration all of these things to make sure that you don't ever have any crisis related to anything, to your adoption of AI in your organization. Because we take care of the crisis management aspect of things. Process. We come up with an outside-in process where we get the consent of customers before you even engage the use of AI. So before you even deploy it, they are willing and they are ready for it. Success rate. We have worked with about 100 organizations and they have reported 60% reduction of crisis. So, ask. We want to engage with your organization because we know that you're a leading organization. We feel that our research will be profitable to you. How about engaging with us? Now, this is what I want you to do. I've told you my own now. So I want you to write an elevator speech as we are speaking right now. Because one of the things I will be so privileged to do is to carry the microphone around. And I love to do this. Oh, how I love to do this. So, you have been comfortable enough. It is time to make you slightly uncomfortable. Because I will bring the microphone and you will tell me your elevator speech. Now, if you read it, I will tolerate it. But if you speak it without reading it, it's even much better. So which means write it and know it. So now, I don't know what your research is. I don't know what your innovation is. I don't know whether you are looking for a grant. I don't know whether you are looking for a sponsor. I don't know whether you are looking for an investor. But I want you to use this process right now. So just make it easy for yourself and write number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, so that you can easily go to it. So number 1, introduce yourself. Tell us your name and your designation. Your name and your designation. You'll be so surprised how simple this is. But you have to think it through first. Have we done that? Don't say yes if you have not done it, or it may be you I bring the microphone to. Have we done that? No, that cannot be too difficult. Your name and your designation. Okay, very good. Problem. I want you to put in number 2 the problem that you have observed. If you are a researcher, it can be a question that agitates your mind. You know, the research question that you are out to solve, something that bothers your mind that you feel that you are in a position to solve. So if it's a product, if it's a service, of course, tell us the problem that you have observed, which in your mind you will solve. How many of us have been able to do that? Okay, I know it takes a little thinking. No problem. Okay, yes, one person is done. Who else? Okay. So just, no, sir, you can still say, sir. We'll finish everything before we move around. Okay, beautiful. So have we done that? Good. Now I want you to go to the offer. So, how do you help people overcome that problem? How do you help people overcome that problem? It can be a research issue. All right? For instance, now, let me use the example of the cancer one that was talked about in the morning. You know how people stigmatize the concept of going for checkup. And they are even afraid to know what the answer is. That is a problem. So what do we offer? We help people by creating public opinion that is in favor of disclosure and that eliminates any fear of stigmatization. So we create a conversation in the media that makes people talk about it so that people can be relaxed to talk about going for cancer screening and so on and so forth. All right. So that is talking about who you help. How many of us have gotten to stage 3? We have been able to write that? Very good. I'm hoping that some people have not written it yet so that we can start with them when we are moving the mic. All right. Great. So now, let's go on to number 4, which is your process. As a researcher, one of the things that is unique about your research is that you may have come up with a methodology that is different. You may have come up with a novel idea that you want to apply that will achieve things better. So, what is your process? How do you do this? Now, please take note that you don't have to give too much detail here. Because by the time you disclose your trade secret and they say they are not interested, they go back to their organization and re-engineer and do reverse engineering and forward engineering and roundabout engineering, and they come about what you are looking for. So you only want to talk about the process, not talking about the details of how you do it. You don't even have the time anyway. All right, have we done that? Good. Now let's go on to results. What kind of results have you achieved so far? You know, before you even seek for a grant, you must have done some preliminary research. You must have done some pilot studies. You must have achieved some things. So the question is, what kind of results do you have that gives us the confidence that we can invest in you and investment will not be lost? So for my dear friends that presented their pitch a few minutes ago, the startups, have you deployed it before? Has anybody used it? What is the traction like? Just give us an idea. So that is that. Okay, and finally, what exactly do you want? Do you want an investment? Do you want partnership? Do you want someone to sponsor your research? What exactly do you want? So state it there. All right. My director, sir, now we're ready. Now we are ready. Okay. All right. You know, I have a strange modus operandi. I mean, I just can't shake it. I usually would like to begin with volunteers. I don't like volunteers, though, because I prefer to point and give the microphone to anybody. But if anybody volunteers, it makes life easier for everybody. So we can start with that. Wonderful. I have a volunteer already. Oh, beautiful. The rest of you, God is really helping you. But you will still not escape this. Please, can I see the hands again? All right, sir. Please, sir, let's start here. So all you do is just give us that pitch based on that, and I am timing you for 30 seconds. Oh, yes.
Okay.
No, please hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Let me get the time. Aha. And your time starts now.
Okay, my name is Kenneth from Adron Homes and Property. That's my designation. I'm DCRO in my territory. And of course, the problem that we are looking at is to solve accommodation problem. What we offer is estates across Nigeria. We have in Atlanta and several other places. Then we go to process. We have payment method, a year, 2 years, as people can pay gradually. They have their land or house. Then the result is that we have so many estates that... Thank you.
No, please finish up. Please put your hands together for him.
All right.
Put your hands together for him.
We have so many...
He has gotten all the way to result, yes.
We have so many estates that people are occupying presently, even in Atlanta here and several places. Then lastly, we want everyone to subscribe to whatever it is that we have. My number is 080-3386-4993. Thank you.
Now I will charge you for free advertising. All right, well done. Now, one of the things that may have slowed you down is that you are mentioning the headings, problem, offer. I just did that so that to teach you can just go straight on. Thank you very much. Great job. Please, can we put your hands together for him again? That was a very good job. I saw a hand around there. Okay, yes, right here, sir. So we come here, we take here, and then we go up there. Yes, sir. All right, yes, let's start with him and then we come up. Yes. All right, sir. So your time starts now.
My name is Ladlayo. Sorry, my name is Ladlawa Otemlayo. I'm an MSc student in Bioinformatics, Covenant University. We have a problem that has to do with the fragmentation of anime and gaming communities. There's a split difference between them. And so what we are trying to do is we're trying to combine both communities into one place to solve whatever kind of needs in things of product design or whatever they might need around our community. The way we are trying to do that is create a platform that integrates AI and community-wise building into that same software. And the result is that we have a community of 6,000 gamers that...
All right, put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Right there, sir. Serious. This 30 seconds matter. All right, your time starts now.
All right, my name is Damlari Taiwo, a research assistant at Capi Case Microbiology Department. Currently, we discovered that malaria has been resistant to certain drugs, and then we are carrying out a molecular epidemiology of drug-resistant malaria using some specific biomarkers to determine the resistant genes of how malaria have been resistant to certain drugs. And the offer is that we want to discover how we can then reduce and then eradicate malaria from Africa, from Nigeria to West Africa to...
Serious matter. Please clap for him. We're going up there, sir. Okay, let's take her and then we go up. We go up. Now, you see, the challenge is with too much detail. Don't tell us how you do it. Because for one thing, if we know how you do it, we can copy it. We'll just go and do it somewhere else. So you just want to win our attention. Because by the time we are discussing the details, it will be under legal circumstances where nobody can have the right to use the idea that is... So it will be under non-disclosure situation. But if it is in a public place like this, sir, we'll just say thank you very much. We are not looking in that direction. We will get to our office, we will set up a committee instantly. Within 24 hours, while you are still pitching around. You know the reason you are pitching to us is because we have the resources, you have the idea. Now you have given us the idea and we have the resources. Sir, just watch news tomorrow morning. You will see our product launch. Yes, and your time starts now.
Hold on, sir, please.
Okay.
Yes, it's not an existing company, just from what you said.
No, fine. It is perfect. Start.
I am Omekungozi Face, an MSc student of Covenant University. There's a problem of prompt diagnosis of diseases, and we prompt diagnosis of diseases, and I've helped a lot of people promptly discover their diseases, and these have reduced the undiagnosed diseases around Ota, and we have helped. We've also been helped to reduce undiagnosis in Ota, and I would love to partner.
Time up. Thank you. Please put your hands together. I'm coming, sir. Please go right there. Go right there. Go right there. Now, you know what? Now you are discovering that 30 seconds is actually short, right? So do you now see why an elevator speech cannot be an impromptu speech? Because there's no how you can think and deliver it within 30 seconds. Of course, really, sometimes it can be a little longer. We are just saying prepare for it within the shortest possible time. Unless you have thought about it ahead and you have planned what to say, you cannot think and say it in 30 seconds. It's not possible. Yes.
All right.
Your time starts now.
My name is Sheyi Anthony, a student of mass communication, 200 level, Covenant University. I venture into photography, and I mean, if I work with you, I'll be able to protrude your business into the photographic aspect and advertise your business. Thank you so much.
All right. Please put your hands together for him. Now, you know what you did? You sacrificed content for time. Because now in fact, in half of the time, you were done. But all you did was to tell me who you are and what you want to do for me. By skipping this process, you have not connected with me enough for me to say that, yes, there is a reason. Yes, someone is there? Yes, time starts.
My name is Pisobodo, a research assistant with Case. You agree with me that there's an increasing burden of anti-malaria resistance, and my team, we are currently running to discover novel means of treatment, and we've been able to isolate a target molecule from a plant, and we've been able to scale this, and we'd like to have a second meeting with you to discuss how we can collaborate for this to go further.
Fantastic. Well done within time. Very good. Sir, you want to say something, sir? All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. So, I was wondering that I should have people on this side now. All right, so we'll come here, sir. We'll still come here for some people. Okay, so start, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel, and the reason I'm talking to you us today is because I spent 4 years in school, and I realized that there are people that can do things, people have skills, but there's no means for them to show them. And my team have come up with a solution for that. We run a platform where people can show their visibility, and if you work with me, or if you invest in me rather, I think we can take this to different campuses and make it better. Thank you so much.
All right, please put your hands together for him. Well done. You skipped a few steps, but you did a good job. All right, sir. Okay, sir. Let's take this side, and then we'll come. Where is the hand there? Okay. Elevator speech is making people sweat. All right, so please, you have 30 seconds to start now.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Beppo Joy, and I'm the co-organizer for TEDx Covenant University 2024. And now, what are we doing? TEDx is an event. For this year's event, we're trying to bring diverse groups of people together. We're talking people from fashion, finance, and music. And now, last year, TEDx had over 400 people in attendance, and the feedback is still ongoing. Now, what do I want? I've done research into your company, and I think that your company logo will look perfect right beside the TEDx as our official sponsor for the event. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Well done. Well done. I must say you skipped the problem. You went from introduction to what you offer. Oh, in fact, people are noticing. See? But nice job. Again, you have tried to work within time. Nice effort. Yes. Start, please.
My name is Chukuma Collins, and I'm the team leader of Hero Motorsport. So what is the problem? There is no single car assembly power plant in Nigeria. What do we offer? We offer a step in that direction, a step into that market. How do we do this? We're doing this by bringing up a team of young engineers to build and race a Formula-style race car. The result has been past years and then the practical experience gained by those who are working now. What do we need? We need your help. We need your sponsorship. Thank you very much.
All right. Well done. Now, again, you don't want to mention those headings so that you don't sound mechanical. And then when you're talking about results, it's very good for it to be statistical. When you talk about percentages and all, it sounds heavier and sounds more effective. Let's just take one more person. I think I saw a hand right there, sir. Because of time, we would have to run. Yes, please start.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. My name is Akoni Musmola, a biochemistry MSc1 Capicase research assistant. We have noticed that there have been high prevalence of anti-malaria resistance to the common available drugs in Nigeria. So we have been able to sequence, we have noticed that this is due to mutation in certain gene of the malarial genomics. We have been able to sequence the malarial genes, and we have found out that the specific region of the malaria strain. So actually we need your support. Thank you.
Time up. Well done. Please put your hands together. So if you don't mind, please let's just take one more from this side. I think we are focused more on this side so let's just take that last person there. Elevator pitch. Start, please.
Okay, so thank you. I'm called Karen Fiamitia, an MSc1 student CAPICA's research assistant. So we have realized that malaria is a major crisis in Africa. So with your collaboration, we want to carry out major research procedures by carrying out major plant extractions for medicinal applications as anti-malaria drugs. What we want is to make the world a healthier and happier place. Thank you.
All right, please put your hands together for her. All right, everyone, please put your hands together for everyone that has tried. I'm sure that by now you'll discover that it is not easy. It is not easy. So which means that this is something you practice. This is something you say over and over again. I have discovered that even if you wrote it yourself, you must practice it to be familiar with it. Otherwise, it will not work. I had an interesting experience, I think a couple of years ago. My center organized a program in this very hall, and the chancellor was going to make a presentation. So I wrote the opening speech. I wrote it. So I assume I can say it. But when I tried to say it, I discovered I was stumbling and saying nonsense. So I decided that, okay, I think rehearsal is necessary here. So I stood in front of the mirror and rehearsed it a few times. After I did it a few times, it became easier, but there were still some words I was stumbling on. So I said, you know what? I'll have a piece of paper in front of me so that as I'm speaking, I'll just pie. Fine. So I came early, and my things were right there. We had not started because we were waiting for the chancellor. And then all of a sudden, they said the chancellor is around. So I went outside to go and receive him. As I was coming in, I did not know that they have started the program behind me. I was coming in there, they just said, we want to invite the director of LDC to come on stage. So I had to walk from that door to this place. As I was walking, I was looking at where my note is. These notes. What was left was for me to say what is in this head. Thank God I rehearsed. I systematically left all of those lines I cannot manage. I can only say what I remember anyway. I compressed everything and delivered it. This speech was short, but it was good. At the end of the day, he said, nice speech. And it was brief. At the end of the day, the brevity was even what impressed him the most. If I had had a note, I would have perhaps spoken longer than what I planned to speak. So rehearsal is so important. Even if you wrote it yourself, practice it until it becomes a part of you. Do we all understand that? Very good. Now let's move forward and begin to work towards wrapping this up. All right. So, nope. Okay, yes, right here. So now let's assume that you get a yes. So you have gone through the elevator pitch and you have delivered it, and the person says yes. There are two kinds of yeses you can get. The first one is, yeah, we have been looking for something like this. Can you tell me more? Which means the person is immediately interested right now. Ladies and gentlemen, what you do is very simple. Tell a story. Tell a story. A story of how it has worked. This is not the time to go into the details of the process. The person will get bored very easily. Tell a story. Say, oh, wow, I like the idea, so tell me about it. Thank you, sir. You see, 5 years ago, we had this project, and this was what we did. We deployed this process, and the result was phenomenal. And since 5 years, we have scaled up everything we do. We now know that if we deploy it for you, even the results will be much better. Again, the person has gotten interested, and the person says, we can carry on the conversation. The second one is that the person is interested, but the person does not have the time right now. Wow, I like the idea. I think we should carry on this conversation. How about fixing an appointment and we'll talk more? Don't just say thank you very much, sir. Goodbye, sir. The question is, who will you call when you get into the organization? When you get to the gate, they won't let you in. Says, please, sir, can I get your number so that I can contact you? He gives you his number. So I want to find out if this is your direct line or I'll be speaking with somebody else. Because it can give you a political line that does not work, and you will call it forever and it will never ring. Or it can go to somebody else who every time he will say, sorry, he's busy in a meeting. Sorry, he's busy. If he's really interested in it, he should give you his line so that I can connect. So make sure that you get a commitment if the person is interested. But can I say at this point that please don't put pressure? Because pressure can put... Remember, you need a collaboration and you need a favor. So you don't want to push the person so much so that they don't get tired and say, what are you doing here? So what happens if in case you get a no? You can't always get a yes. For researchers, you know that you would have sent to a lot of grant awarding bodies and quite a number will turn you down before you get the actual one. So one of the things you want to do is understand why. When somebody wants to sell you a product or a service and you say no, it is usually for one of these three reasons. Number one, it just does not interest you. It is not what you are looking at. Now, if you go to a grant awarding body, they have their focus, they have their idea, they know what they want to invest in. So if you pick something else that is not within their scope, they may not be interested. If you go to a company that wants to invest in your novel idea, some of them may not be interested in tech. They may be interested in agriculture. So if you go and meet somebody who's interested in agriculture and you want to push tech, they may not be quite interested. So the first thing is, are they not interested? The next question is that it is possible they have somebody else that is doing something similar. And the third reason is that they feel they can do it themselves. We have a research team in-house that can conduct this research. So why do we need you? So you need to understand the reason there is no. The reason you need to understand it, it may not be to get a second opportunity with the same organization. But if you know why, you can package yourself better for the next pitch that you make. And the second thing when you get a no is that you can actually have a bargain. The person says, no, we're not looking at that right now. The cost is not what we are looking at. I said, sir, we can scale down the research. If we do, will that still interest you? Okay, sir, maybe the tech project we have is too big for you to, you may not be looking in that direction right now. What if we take a part of it and then we scale it over the next 5 years? Will that interest you? So see if you bargain, the person will be interested in going for it. And in conclusion, you don't need a lifetime to sell yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've done any bit of economics, then you understand the law of diminishing returns. The longer you speak, the lesser people hear. As a matter of fact, you will get to a point that what you are saying now is canceling out everything you have said before. By the time you are done, people cannot remember a thing that you said. Maybe you are speaking for 1 hour and you are spoken for 15 minutes and they were really impacted. The longer you are going, 30 minutes may be their threshold. If you go any longer than that, you start to minus 30, until you get to 0. You keep talking and people have stopped listening. So you don't need a lifetime to sell yourself. All you need is effective communication. And this brings us to the end of elevator pitch. Thank you very much.
Wow. Like, wow. Didn't learn something. Let me see your hand. Whose life was not changed? Whose speaking or communication, whatever, was not transformed? If you still talk the same way on your own. I have left people. But before sir, you are blessed. Thank God we have you, and thank God we've met you. May God continue to increase you for always making our lives better. A meeting with you, we never stay the same. A round of applause again. At this point, I would like to call on the center leader, Professor Emeka Iwela, to present to you, sir, a token for being such a blessing to this gathering. We are so grateful to you.
So, if you ask me, that was a TED Talk. So, on behalf of CAPIC IS, we want to show our appreciation for this wonderful TED Talk. And we're giving you this award of recognition for providing that service. So thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, if you're clapping, do it better. All right. While he was presenting, one of our partner or sponsors came in from Adrian Homes. Would like to take them briefly for 5 minutes before we wrap up, please. The representative of Adrian Homes. Is he still in the house?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm highly blessed today. I just want to say thank you to the organizers. Thank you to Dr. This is a life-changing TED Talk, like Prof said. Thank you very much. My name is Oluwani Shola from Adrian Homes, and we are here to showcase some of our, estate products to you. Adrian Homes is a Pan-African real estate company that has existed for 12 years now. And what we seek to provide as a solution to Nigerian populace and the Nigerians in diaspora is a seamless housing solution, house ownership, land investment, such that even as a student, as a young person, as a business class person, irrespective of your status in the society, you can actually enjoy some of our product offerings. If we look at the statistics, the housing deficit is so massive. And even if the federal government or the state government decides to invest, billions of naira consistently for the next 5, 7, 10 years, it will not still be able to bridge that gap. And what do we need? We need private investors, and this is where Adrian Homes comes to be. And looking at the per capita income, the purchasing power of our people, Nigerians, we discover that it might not be very easy for everybody to be able to enjoy that housing solution like they would have. And that is why we have product offerings, and payment plans that is suitable for everybody. So whether you're an iyaloja, whether you are a business person, whether you are a student, you have something to gain from us. We have over 45 developed and developing estates that we have put up across the nation. Ibadan, Abuja, Lagos, Nasarawa, Suleja, and what have you. These are powerful estates that when you get there, you will see that something real is happening there. And our labeling theory is such that the things you travel outside to go and enjoy, that you spend millions of naira on, in Dubai, in Rome, in UK, in US, we are bringing these infrastructures to Nigeria. So you are in our estate, in City of Rome, for instance, in Ikorodu, and you feel like you are in City of Rome in Italy, okay? You are in our estate in Badagry, and you feel like you are in the Emirates. So these are the things that we bring to bear. Our payment plans are very easy, even from 25,000 naira deposit, from 60,000 naira deposit, you can be a landowner, with payment plans spreading up until 36 months. So you make a deposit and we give you enough time. So even if your income is small or your commitments are much, you can still meet up with these payment plans. Right now, we have a promo that is ongoing, which we call Lemon Friday. I mean, who wants black when you can get lemon? One of the solutions Adron Homes is bringing is we have gathered all the lemons that people have gone through in terms of problems and challenges when it comes to housing in Nigeria, and we have made lemonade out of it. And then we came up with Lemon Friday promo. So Lemon Friday promo speaks to our conscience in terms of rewards, in terms of price discount. So a land that is selling for ₦1 million that you will normally pay 1 million naira for, you can get it for as low as 600,000 naira. That is the power of the Lemon Friday promo. And then we have young landlord promos also for our youth, for our students, even while you are in school. Land is one of the most important factors of production. So in all of these things and all of these innovations that we are talking about, you still need that land, okay? Imagine this land that we are right now is not in existence. Where would we have been? Myself and my mommy here would not have met. So I want to enjoin you this afternoon. Meet with any of our realtors that are standing and sitting and get a flyer, subscribe. If you subscribe today, I'm promising 50% discount. So instead of paying 600,000, you are paying 500,000 naira. And you are not paying at once. You have time to pay. Thank you very much for your attention. I remain Oluwanishola from Adron Homes once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your offer, and thank you for partnering to ensure the success of this event. At this point, I just want to bring us a quick announcement that this event continues tomorrow. Registration continues by 8 a.m. and the event starts at 10 a.m. prompt. Please, let's keep it in mind and make our time to be here. Tomorrow promises to be very, very interesting. And don't forget that startup presenters will be getting their award tomorrow. You want to know who is taking home the prize. I think our prize is about 350,000. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Then 250 for the second runner-up, and 100. Beautiful. You don't want to miss that. Please, let's ensure that we are here to witness the crowning of this whole package. Thank you so much. And I want to bring to our attention that we have our sponsors and partners have their products outside. Our students also have their products outside for exhibition. Please make out time to look through, see what you can buy or purchase, or ensure you patronize them. And network as well. Please don't leave here without knowing as many persons as possible. You never know who you will need tomorrow. So all of us are potential CEOs, COOs, MDs, and professionals in the house. Make sure you connect with somebody. And we'll be having our lunch, which is set. Please don't just pick your lunch and disappear. Make sure you have a contact of person. And remember to practice your elevator pitch. Very important. You may need it tomorrow. You don't know those that will be here. So you need to come prepared to catch that person that you've been, trying to get his or her attention. Permit me at this point to invite Dr. Itunu Isheon for the closing prayer. Put your hands together as she comes. Thank you so much. And thank you for being such a wonderful audience, staying put and making today a reality. We really appreciate you all. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Do we agree that it has been a really great day for us today? So let us pray. Please, shall we rise up to pray? Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for everything you have done. One more time, thank you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for everything you have done. Father, we thank you for today. Thank you, Lord, for all the people that you gave the utterance to speak today. Thank you because you have made today a success. We have come back to return the glory to you like the one leper. Thank you, Lord, because you started this program with us yesterday and you indeed were here today. Lord, we commit tomorrow to your hand because we know that you are the God of perfection. Lord, we ask that you perfect everything concerning the program tomorrow. Father, as we go, we ask that we shall not leave your presence. We pray that your presence will continue to go with us. And we pray for everyone that you have used today. Lord, we ask that you replenish them. We ask, oh God, that all the knowledge that has been exchanged today, we pray we shall not forget everything that we have learned, all the new ideas that has come up today. Lord, we ask you help us to multiply it and to use it very well and to our own gain and to our own advantage in Jesus' name. Father, we thank you because you know you have answered. Thank you because you know you have done it. In Jesus' precious name we have prayed. Amen. Thank you for coming. God bless you. We appreciate you. Please come again tomorrow, and you will not regret coming.
run homes, building cities,